All right, I'm going to call the Tuesday, March 11th regular council meeting to order and begin with the land acknowledgement that the city of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory in Métis Nation of Alberta, District 11. We recognize that we stand upon the land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, Métis, and Métis. The city honors the peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. Thank you. So I'm going to be moving the agenda around just a little bit. We have former Councillor Westman, who is going to have a naming thing, and I don't want to have to keep him sitting here for a long period of time. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to do approval of the minutes. Okay, we'll turn our phones off. Approval of the minutes, and then I'll ask for a motion to go in camera for the purpose of discussing the naming, and we'll only be in there for a short period of time. So for the minutes, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I'll move that council approve the minutes of February 26, 2025, regular council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Is there any errors or omissions? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. So I will take a motion to go in camera, and I promise we won't take too long in camera, but I do believe it's for the betterment of the meeting. So, Councillor Macon?
I'll make the motion that we move in camera for discussion on city naming registry submissions.
Okay, thank you. Call the question. Please cast your vote. All right, and that is carried. So we are just going to go on camera for a few minutes, and we will return shortly. Okay, we'll just give the people who are online just a second to switch over. And my apologies for taking a little longer. We do not make any decisions up there, but when it deals with people or land or legal or labor, we do that in camera. So with that, just a second. I think I see, God, my eyes are getting bad. I think I see Councillor Kelly. Are you on there? You're ½ inch by 3. Yep, there he is. Okay, so we will resume the meeting. And again, I ask for everybody's patience. We are going to move right to 7.7. Well, we're going to do them both. So 7.4, that's Dawn's. So we'll do 7.4 first, and then 7.3, and then we got those out of the way, and then we'll get on to our meeting. Mr. Kaiser.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Andrew Kaiser, and I'm the City's Director of Legislative Services. I am before you this afternoon to present the proposed renaming of Sienna Park to Don Westman Park, along with allocating $20,000 from the Capital Projects Reserve for new signage. On October 8, 2024, Council approved adding the name Don Westman to the City's naming registry. Mr. Westman was added as a recognition for his dedication to and volunteer service within our community. Applying his name to the city park is intended to honor his contributions. Sienna Park, shown in the aerial photo provided in the report, currently carries an unofficial neighborhood-associated name. Administration's recommendation is to rename it to Don Westman Park. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, and I will open it up for any questions. And I guess just the first question that I would have is, have you confirmed with Mr. Westman that he would be pleased to have this park under his name, Mr. Fleming?
Through your worship, I did confirm that with Mr. Westman.
Okay, thank you. So I just have to look on there. There's no questions. We'll go to a motion. Councillor Harris.
I would be prepared to move that the renaming of Sienna Park to Don Westman Park be approved, and further that $20,000 be allocated from the Capital Projects Reserve for related signage.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I would. I had an opportunity to work with Don when he first got elected to council, and I had a chance to watch him over a number of years as he sat around this table and debated some hot topics of the day and whatnot. And I think Don has definitely provided strong leadership in our community. Plus, being a driving force in the Lions Club, he definitely has helped to do things like the development of the campground in the park down by the river. And I think that is a significant benefit to our community in terms of the campground. So Don has provided great leadership in our community, and he's provided strong support to the development of the community, and I strongly support the renaming of the Sienna Park to Don Westman Park.
Great, thank you. I'll open it up for discussion, debate, and any comments. I'm going to also make the comments. I was administration and came to many meetings with Don when he was a councillor, and then worked alongside of him for several years on city council. And I'm going to say not all the time was it smooth sailing. We had turbulence between us, but at the end of the day, I think that's what made us good councillors, because we had good discussion and debate, and we always walked away and said, good decisions were made. You know, I look at the 1875 fort. He was one of the ones that said, we don't have a fort in Fort Saskatchewan. We need to have a fort. He was there when we did the RCMP detachment. You know, he has been alongside of me for many, many years, working for the betterment of the community, and that's why I was very pleased to put his application forward with his approval to have his name added. So I am very pleased that we are able to get a park picked out, and hopefully we can get the sign done fairly quick and get it renamed fairly quick. So, Councillor Macon.
Yes, thank you. There really is no better person for us to role model ourselves after. A volunteer, community service, and just an endless spirit of giving. So thank you, Dawn, for everything that you've done for our community, and congratulations on this honor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Mr. Westman, thanks for being here today. I'm certainly honored to support this motion. I haven't had as long as a relationship with you as a couple of my colleagues up here, but I've certainly witnessed your work in Fort Saskatchewan and your passion, your perseverance, and determination to advance the Lion Club and all you've done above and beyond for the community. That's really above the calling of duty. But I just want to express my sincere support and appreciation for you as a model in Fort Saskatchewan, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Right, I will go to Councillor Harris to close.
Nothing.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Kelly, sorry. Go ahead. We have a little delay.
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you. Thank you. Dawn, I'll keep my comments fairly brief. Well done. Thank you and congratulations. Much appreciated. Take care, man.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, and you said nothing on close? You're good. All right, the motion is closed to rename the Sienna Park to the Dawn Westman Park. Please cast your vote. And to allocate $20,000 for a sign. And that is carried. Congratulations, Dawn. We will have a sign, park name for you with a sign in the spring. So thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. And thank you. And we won't make you stay here. You're welcome to leave. But thank you for coming out today. Okay. Andrew, if you want to go, just. Thank you again, Dawn, for your service.
Thank you.
Okay, Andrew, we're going to go ahead and do 7.3 and then we'll get back to your agenda as you had planned.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah.
All right. Again, good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. I will now be presenting on the proposed renaming of Forest Ridge Park to Petrosky Park, along with allocating $20,000 from the Capital Projects Reserve for new signage. On October 12th of 2010, the surname of Petrosky was added to the city's naming registry. The Petrosky name was added as recognition for the family's contributions to the community, as set out in the application attached to your report. Forest Ridge Park, as shown in the aerial photo in the report, again carries an unofficial neighborhood-associated name. So administration's recommendation is to rename it to Petrosky Park. And that's all I have for you today. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? If not, motion? Councillor Macon?
Thank you. I'll make the motion that the renaming of Forest Ridge Park to Petrosky Park be approved and that $20,000 be allocated from the Capital Projects Reserve for related signage.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I will. I don't personally know the Petrosky family, but based on the application and the council of the day approving their name, definitely based on many, many decades of service to this community. So I'm very happy to put their name forward today.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept discussion and debate. Councillor Harris?
Yeah, I had a chance, just like I had worked with Councillor Westman, who we just renamed the park for. Councillor Petrosky, I believe, served two terms on council, and another member of her family served 2 or 3. Plus, another member of the Petrosky family was I think, a member of our fire department, if not the fire chief. Now, I could be wrong there, but definitely a firefighter. So the family ultimately has definitely served the community over a long period of time, and I think it's an appropriate renaming in that context.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll support the motion as well. I've known a couple of the Petroskis. I haven't known all of them, but our policy is about community builders, people who have helped build our community. And I think with reading their application, it's a conglomerate. Many of them actually work to build this community. So I think by giving it a family name, I think it's something that speaks well. Is there any other discussion or debate? If not, Councillor Macon on close. Go ahead.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Andrew. All right, I'll get back to Andrew's agenda here. So the first one, we've done the approval of the minutes, so we got that done. Councillor Nguyen put that motion on. Delegations, anybody who wants to speak to any of the items that don't involve a public hearing may come forward, but I do have one who is registered, and anybody who is registered gets to come first. Is Andy Hansen? Is Andy here?
I think they were under the impression they were going to go after Rosecroft.
Oh, I can do
So-
them. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just make a note and I will do the delegations after that.
Yeah, if that's okay.
Okay. But still, as part of delegations, if there's anybody who wishes to speak to any of these items that are not going to have a public hearing, this is your opportunity to come up. And if nobody's coming up, then I will go to the Rosecroft Villas presentation. Michael Heck, Rosecroft Villas Association. And thank you for your patience. So we do have 15 minutes set aside.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Your Worship and Council, for the opportunity to talk with you today. Thank you to your CEO and staff for helping us with our concerns. They've been very receptive and very good to work with. We're very proud to be part of your community. With me today are residents and board members from Rosecroft Villas, Mission Greens, South Fort Bend Villas, and Countryside, and there's one other that I did not write down. If I could just have you stand up. Awesome. The whole group. So there's a big delegation of condo association members here. There are, of course, many others that this issue also affects.
Oh, can you turn on your mic? Sorry. Yeah,
I'm
there
sorry.
you go. Okay.
Do you want me to start over? No, I'm not going to start over.
Okay, sorry.
As we mentioned in our materials, our concern and reason to talk with you today is not about market values or assessment per se. Your assessor has been very receptive and easy to work with. Our issue is the fact we pay the same mill rate as other residential properties, but do not receive the same level of service. We are in fact subsidizing all residents of Fort Saskatchewan with our tax dollars. From a demographic standpoint, Fort Saskatchewan appears has a significant number of condo corporations or associations relative to other communities like Sherwood Park. As well, as you're aware, condos tend to have two significant demographics: younger singles, or couples starting out, or seniors. In both cases, for the sake of discussion, not as much disposable income or on fixed incomes. We also know a goal of all municipalities is to help seniors stay in their homes longer, and for those struggling to stay in a home versus overwhelming social agencies. We also need to recognize that these organizations do not have expertise and experience in operation and maintenance of infrastructure, and therefore sub out this work to third parties. These third parties are the ones that are making the money on behalf of the condos. And in some cases, they're hundreds of dollars per month. They're making the good money off the back of the condo owners. There are also potential risks in safety and loss control for the city if this infrastructure is not maintained or upgraded to a standard. And I listened to our board talk about fire hydrant flushing as an example, and the reason to do that. Recognizing it's private property, but when your fire department has to come and make sure that our fire hydrants are good to go, or other condos, it's life safety for us. And we are not set up as associations to manage that. You guys are. And as you are aware through the Municipal Government Act, there's a provision to address this exact issue. Section 297 of the Act allows municipalities to develop subclasses within the residential rate, not within industrial, not within other classes, but within the residential rate. It not only allows, but recommends and identifies that council has full jurisdiction over setting subclasses within the residential tax class. You have full purview to do as you see fit within your community. This clause gives council the ability to make classes as you see fit with the appropriate mill rates associated with that. And I've provided a number of examples. There are a lot of communities moving in this direction for the recognition that as condos, we're paying too much relative to the services we're providing. And there was a lot of information that we provided to council to support our information as well. So there's two ways that we suggest that council could deal with this. The first one would be to include a residential subclass within the tax rate with a reduced mill rate that's identified as condominium. And you obviously can't do that in 2025, but you could do that for 2026. And again, we as condo associations would be willing and more than willing to help council identify those costs and support you in that and understand it better so that we are paying a fair amount of tax. We recognize the city has to do business and we're all proud of being part of the city, and we want to pay our fair share, but not more than our fair share. The second one would be for council to move to take over the utilities, the above and below ground utilities that you provide services for everybody else. There's issues that your administration would bring forward. Of course, this is public or private lands, but those could all be worked out legally to give you access and turn over those utilities to you. Associations like ours have reserves in place, and as you have to do as well. So all of these costs that we're enduring are the same things you are, but we still have that same residential mill rate that we're paying. So we've given you two options. There's probably lots of others. Of course, the easiest one is to just do as the MGA advises and allows you to do, which is to include this condominium subclass and, again, decrease that mill rate appropriately. You never hear this much from people like us in front of you, but we want to thank you as council for your service. We know you have a thankless job. We know it's an election year. This is a tough issue we're putting in front of you. As I've got to know the community, I really enjoy it here. It's a great community. I've only been here for 5 years, but I really enjoy it. It's got a lot of these type of associations that are here. And when I talk to the groups, they're all hurting relative to trying to keep seniors and again, lower income individuals into their houses. And we know from stats within Sherwood Park and Fort Saskatchewan that our homeless rates are going up and the need for social housing is going up. So we want to keep these people in their community and in the homes that they have. So this is an ask that we have on behalf of the associations. We know you can't deal with it finally today, but we'd like you to take it forward and start evaluating that. And again, as the associations, we're more than willing to provide every type of advice and information you need to get this work done. And I can only speak on behalf of Rosecroft and the fact that item number 2, but we would love to have you guys take over our facilities. It makes no sense for us to maintain them and operate them, have a third party in there flushing out the fire hydrants and worrying about some underground sewers that we have to take care of. That's not what we do. We live in the community and we expect that services are provided equally. So we just respectfully ask you to consider both options. And again, we're willing to work with you. We love the community and want the community to be successful. So I would take any questions, and thank you for your consideration, and thanks for giving us the time to speak in front of you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure there'll be lots of questions. So we're not getting into debate back and forth. So council has the opportunity to ask you a question for your response, but we're not going to debate you. Okay?
Got it.
So Councillor Harris?
Mr. Eck, thanks for your presentation. I have a background in municipal taxation and assessment, so I understand that process extremely well. Tell me, with your condo association, so you have an asset management plan, you funded it, so all your property owners ultimately pay for the upkeep of the roofs, the things that are considered common, whatever those may be, and it depends on your condo association bylaw, I understand, correct?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Harris. Yeah, that's correct. In the case of Rosecroft, we're very unique, I think, in how we operate. We, as owners, take care of all of our own infrastructure, like our building, envelope and all of that ourselves. Most condos don't. They have, fees that provide for roofing and exterior and envelope. But all we pay for is that buried infrastructure in the reserve fund. And again, these are really utilities, right? As you know, they're utilities that you guys, they flow into your utilities. But in most of them in town, from what I've understood, is they have significant fees that pay for that envelope and all the other infrastructure that's common, right?
Yeah, so I understand that.
Yeah.
So the way it sits, you get a tax bill for your unit. Is it a duplex, triplex,
Yeah,
whatever
it's a
it
duplex.
is?
Walkout duplex, yeah. That's
So
correct.
you get an assessment tax notice for that, which you pay personally.
Correct.
Then the condominium association gets a tax bill based on the assessment of the common property and all of the elements. And so that's what you're arguing or suggesting is unfair to you, that you have to pay an assessment on private property? Is that your major concern?
Yeah, again, through the mayor to Councillor Harris. I think the argument here is really focused on the fact that infrastructure, if you looked at Rosecroft Villas, you drive in, you've got a street. In that street is buried 15 feet down is a sewer main and a water main. And if you go 10 feet down the street, there's the exact same infrastructure for those residents that are there. Think of this, that these residents have private property, but in the sake of this perspective, we are putting in place reserves and we're managing all that infrastructure ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Others aren't, because the takeoff point for electrical or sewer water is always at the property line. In our case, we're having to take care of all that mains and the electrical and all of that, right? Transformers, all of that type of stuff.
Okay. So approximately what does that cost your association on an annual basis based on the assessment notice and tax notice that we send your association?
Yeah, so it, again, through the mayor to Councillor Harris, it's, for us at ours, it's very low. We're in the range of $500 per year. So my
Per
tax
unit.
bill is, pardon me?
Per unit?
Per unit.
What's the total? I don't know how many units.
Yeah,
you have
I think there's 69 units that,
okay.
and we've got a strong reserve fund. We're doing all the right things. But again, the disparity between that below ground infrastructure, we're not talking about you guys taking care of houses or envelopes and houses. That's not what it's about. Sewer, water, transformers, right-of-ways, the things that you do for everybody else in the city. That's all it is.
Would you be prepared to pay the city for that if we took it over? Because there'd be a cost associated with that.
I think we'd be certainly willing to talk about the reserve funds that exist for the replacement of that infrastructure. The same thing you do for everybody else. I don't see why we would pay, but we would certainly, and I can't speak for the board, but I'd tell you, if it was my vote today, I'd say take it over and we'll give you our reserve fund. Because you have to have a reserve anyway to replace it.
Yeah, my goal was not to negotiate with you. I'm just trying to understand your concern, because ultimately I've been dealing with this for over 40 years.
Oh, I know.
And so I'm trying to understand what the concern, because I've never really heard it before in that light. So thank you for the presentation you've made. I'm sure council will consider this in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Macon. Questions?
Thanks. Nice to see you. Okay, so to be honest, I'm struggling with this one a little bit. And so when you say that you get different service than a different residential house, the city is responsible for the utilities that come to my property line. Mm-hmm. And then I'm responsibility for the utilities getting from that line to my house. And if something happens, a root grows into that pipe and it's on my property, I have to pay for that. Rosecroft exists on a piece of private property, and that's the exact same thing. The city brings those services to your property, and then you're responsible for the infrastructure to that. So I'm just like, how is that different in your mind?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Macon. Here's the difference: is that you've got a half-inch water main, maybe a half-inch, three-quarter-inch gas main going in there. We've got a 14 or a 16-inch main that's in there. That's collectively providing services for that whole community, right? And we've got, between ourselves and Mission Greens, say 130 developments within there. So you're not providing anything but your tax bill to the city, plus your water and sewer. We have to pay that as well for the usage that we have, but we're also paying an infrastructure fee to our condo association to take care of that. But in the big picture, to be very frank, it's not private property. This is city infrastructure. It really should be. And I think that's the debate that you need to have, is that who's the right party to have that? And when you look at tax fairness, the reality of what's happening around Alberta is that a lot of communities are saying, listen, condo associations, and they're all different. Ours is different than Countryside, as an example, in the way it's laid out, or the villas. But you have to look at each individual circumstance and realize the cost that's being incurred that would normally be, forget about if it's a condo association, those would be city services. They're in the ground. They're big inch pipes. They're collective that are going into your systems. Those would generally be city-owned facilities. And that's what I think the MGA recognized, and that's the reason they put that change in place, was to recognize that these costs make no sense for condo associations to burden and to own and to reserve for, and frankly to take care of, right? When you look again at that fire hydrant example, try to envision you have a rogue condo association trying to flush out, or not even flushing out, a fire hydrant, and the fire department goes there and tries to tie into it, and it's froze solid or it hasn't been serviced. Makes no sense. We're not experts at this. Who's making money on our behalf is those third parties that are providing the service. And again, these are seniors and low income people for the most part that are in these communities. I don't know if that answered your question.
Well, it does, and I don't want to get into. It's hard not to debate it when you're trying to get clarity. I guess I would say that when you're talking about my main being smaller, but it's only serving one person, and your collective is 69 people, right? And so it's relative to the amount of people that are required for that private piece of property. And the other thing I would say is that fire hydrants are another thing. It is one thing, Mike, that I think is an interesting one. We pay for fire hydrants to be flushed out in our condo station for Fort Station Mall. They're on private property. We pay for them. It is an interesting debate whether or not we should be taking care of it. We do have a company that comes in. But even the comments that you make on roadways is an interesting one to me. In my property, we have a long driveway, right? And so could I, as a resident, come and say, well, I know it's private property, but that's what it takes me to get to my garage. So should the city not be responsible to come and shovel that snow? It's on private property. And if you have roadways that take you on your private property to your home, they're not really considered roadways. Are they not considered just the driveway on your private property to get to your residence?
Yeah, again, through the mayor to Councillor Macon, I think those are semantics, and I get the argument. As the mayor said, we don't want to argue. I think the difference here is that you've got a high density of users within that property, and but I get the argument, and I did say, within our presentation that snow removal and road maintenance is one of those sticky points. But of course, that infrastructure that's underground is key to that. You wouldn't have the level of infrastructure we do that comes underneath it. I think the key point to leave council with here is that there's one mill rate in the city of Fort Saskatchewan, and the condo associations are paying more because we have a unique circumstance. And the MGA put that in place to recognize that and say, okay, cities, you now have the ability to deal with this, and gives you full purview to have however you want to do it. Bare land, no land, all kinds of different things you can do. And there's lots of examples out there of communities already doing that. I don't know if there's another community, maybe there is, St. Albert, but when you look at Fort Saskatchewan, the number of condos that are here, it's very significant. And I don't think the issue is going to go away. And as Councillor Harris said, 40 years of this, we'd like to have a path forward.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Heck, for your presentation. It's good to see you this afternoon. So you've clarified a few of my questions already, but when you say that the water, sewer, and road and all those things are the responsibility of the condo, are you saying that it's also your responsibility to replace it? So, for example, has the condo association done like an asset assessment? Do you know what the life cycle of these assets are? When are they due for replacement? Like, there's just 1,000 questions going on in my head right now.
Yeah, through the counselor or through the mayor to the counselor, we do have a life cycle plan, but I think there'd be lots. I shouldn't say it that way. I don't know if other condo associations would have the rigidity of the life cycle plan like we do. It's very similar to a municipality. And so we are putting a lot of reserves in place. And the intent is, of course, as those life cycles come up, then you're dealing with it. So we're treating our little community just like a municipality and putting aside that reserve.
So are your reserves?
Sorry?
Or I'm just curious, do your reserves cover the replacement for these assets?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. My second question is, have you has there been previous engagement with city administration concerning this matter, and what has the outcome been?
Okay, I'm not sure we caught the question, Councillor Abatoye. Can you repeat
Can
it?
you hear me now? Yeah, absolutely. Now, saying, has there been previous engagements with city administration, and what has the outcome been?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, administration's been great, recognizing this as a policy issue and this is a tax issue that has to come in front of council. Administration did the right thing, I believe, in just putting it forward to council and saying, here you are. It's through the MGA, of course, it's allowed, and again, examples like Bonnyville and others that we've provided to you. But we left it at that, and this is our first chance to speak with council, and I'm sure they're looking for direction as well.
So just a small question follow-up, because I'm just going to end at this. So I assume you have a board. So is there a consensus with your board on this matter?
Well, again, we've got through the mayor to the councillor, we've got 5, I believe, associations here today, and there's, I'd hate to guess, you guys would know better, but dozens in the city. So in our case, we've raised it. Again, what I've said is the assessor's been great dealing with us, but he said, listen, hands up, I can't deal with subclass issues. This is not what I deal with. So I think that the reality is we're at the starting point here relative to that issue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Heck.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next. So you made a comment, there's only one mill rate in Fort Saskatchewan. There's actually 2.
Yeah.
And so commercial and industrial pay significantly higher.
Right.
So I guess the question that I have for you, because they would probably have the same comment that you do, that we go up to their gate, turn around, and we're finished. So do you believe it would be equitable if council were to make a change to the condo one, that we should have to do one for all of our commercial, like the big malls and our industrial partners, for equity?
To the mayor, it's not allowed through legislation, as you know. You cannot do that. It's only within the residential class. You cannot do that within your industrial classes.
But you can change the mill rate.
You could change the mill rate, correct.
So,
but you can't make subclasses.
I know, but I'm just asking, you know, if you're looking for fairness and equity.
Yeah. Well, and again, I'm not going to debate. I'm sure you'll have them in front of you at some point in their life cycle, but I get the question.
Okay. It's just when you said one mill rate, I was like, no, we have 2. So I don't want to go in and debate this with you. I'm similar to Councillor Macon, that I have a fire hydrant in my cul-de-sac and it gets serviced. I think, and they only come up to my driveway, and if I have a problem from my house to the street, I pay for it. So yep. I'm kind of the same mindset of that. And so I would need a little more convincing, you know, never closed mind, but I would definitely need more convincing. Councillor Kelly, and he'll be up there.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mike. Good to see you again. Mike, your development, Rosecroft Villas condo, has streets and standalone properties off of those streets serviced by a driveway. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The streets within Rosecroft Villas, Mike, do they serve any different purpose than any crescent that could be found within Pineview subdivision, for instance?
No, they're exactly the same. And in fact, I drove around the city to evaluate that to see if, because we have soft curbs, and to see if there was hard curbs and if there's anything different. But there's been similar curbs to what we have throughout the city. So it looks exactly like any other residential area.
You bought in Rosecroft, and I'd like you to, if you could speak to your personal experience. You bought inside a condo versus a row house type development, presumably for a reason or reasons. Could you elaborate on that if possible? And what I'm looking at is the legal organization of a condominium association versus a row house or semi-detached type development commonly found in the city as well.
Yeah, great question. Through the mayor to the councillor. For my wife and I, we lived in Sherwood Park for 30 years. We loved the community. And we were looking to retire, and we got the same property in Fort Saskatchewan for $200,000 less. It was a great property, and for us, it was lifestyle. When we looked at the condo fees and the way that they were going to be managed, this was our first condo. We've always lived in an acreage and, those type of things. But as we've got into it, of course, understood that these costs tie into it. And as I've looked at it even deeper, as you've mentioned, it looks exactly like a residential area, but yet we have this legal identifier again that's as a condo association. So I think it's troubling because each association is a little different. Ours looks like any other residential area in the city, and not all of them do, but I know ours does, and I know the Villas does as well. You drive through there, it looks like a normal area. And so I think the challenge is that as you start to see costs continue to go up, who's the right party to manage those costs? Who's the right party to work with? And again, I'm not going to speak on behalf of our association totally, but there's a lot of us who would say, why do we need a condo association? Like, let's just subdivide this thing and get over it, and because it makes no sense. The way ours is set up, that it's a residential area. And so we looked at it for lifestyle as a great community, and we looked at it for our ability to not have huge condo fees. So, Councillor, I don't know if that answered your question. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to get to a different point, and I'm going to try one more question and drop it at that for today. Do you have any idea why, when a condo association is initially formed, that all of the land, including the access streets, are considered part of the condo association and owned by the condo, as distinct from when a row house is developed, it's just stuck on the side of a city street? Like, why are condos forced to own their streets when the rest of the community is not?
Yeah, through the mayor to council, I think it's really a question for your administration around your municipal development plan and how things were laid out as well. In our case, it makes no sense. It absolutely makes no sense why it was laid out that way and why it became an association. So I think everyone is, again, unique, and that's the unique part for the city. I would urge you not to look at this as private land, because as part of the owners of this private land, we're willing to work with you to do the right thing for all these communities. So it's a unique thing, and those condo bylaws are this thick, and good luck trying to figure them out, right? It's a mess.
And Mayor Katcher, I do have one final question, if I may. If not, I'll sign back in.
No, just go ahead.
Okay, thank you. In summary, Mike, would you maybe suggest that it's simply a question of form over function? The function of your streets is no different than any other street in the city of Fort Saskatchewan. However, the legal form of it is causing some issues.
Yeah, again, through the mayor to the councillor, absolutely correct. And I think you have utility right-of-ways, you have easements, you have other things with other associations where you have to manage those type of agreements. And I think those are legal things that can be worked out. So I completely agree with your statement.
Okay, thank
Perfect.
you.
Thank you, Mike. Have a good day.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Lots of questions for you today.
It's good.
See, Mike. First question: Rosecroft Villas doesn't show up on Google Maps. I just wanted to confirm it's 8206 South Fort Boulevard. Is this where we're looking? That where you came forward with today?
Yeah, and it's unique in city naming because there is another 8602 South Fort Drive,
Right.
so which is the villas, and so yeah, we're for some reason it doesn't show up in Google Maps, but it's on the ponds there, backing off of. Trying to think of our little side street, but you're correct. It's not on Google Maps.
Right. Okay. Okay. Straightforward question. Then here's an open-ended question for you. You mentioned the word fair in taxation, and I wanted to kind of gauge your, I guess, your insight and your thought pattern into what would constitute fair. Obviously, if there's a reserve fund contribution of $1 per resident for a fire hydrant, let's say, per year, and that reserve fund contribution completely gets passed to the city of Fort Saskatchewan purchasing that infrastructure, then the tax burden is going to lie on the rest of the residents of the city of Fort Saskatchewan, both future capital and operational costs to maintain and replace that asset. So if you're not proposing that your exact reserve fund contributions are going to be what the tax assessment increase or mill rate increase to completely capitalize that on the city's behalf, and then what would fair look like?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, I think it's a great question. The reality is, when you look at our infrastructure, it's brand new, right? So from a life cycle perspective, still got 50 years on the mains and things like that. But we've already got a strong reserve in place. I think what we're saying, and this is only from Rosecroft Villas, but I think most of the associations would say that, we're not expecting you to buy our infrastructure. It would be turned over, so that becomes an asset to you as well, increases your balance sheet, and we're open to, again, that discussion relative to our reserves, because you have to life cycle that as well, and your life cycle wouldn't be any different than ours. You'd be looking at it and saying, whatever, in 30 years we got to have this much set aside. We've already done that. I'm sure that there's negotiations that can be done with that relative to you. We don't want to put you out of pocket and have the mill rate have to go up because you're increasing your rate base either. So, but from a fair perspective, when I look at relatively the amount of money we have to put in at Rosecroft, and it's very small compared to most, $65 a month, I think our fees are today. Take that off our tax bill as an example. That's roughly 10 to 15% of our tax bill from a mill rate perspective. Is it in that ballpark? Don't know, but we're not talking half. We're not talking, 25%. We're talking the representation of what we put into that infrastructure today.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that answer. I do have one more question. I don't know if I can ask that last one. So just in terms of process, so say a roadway allowance gets given to the city, which it would be.
Right.
So there. How much work, I guess, and I'm getting at what could this potentially cost condominium associations, because that would be redeeded, retitled, right, and so on and so forth down the legal process to actually have that infrastructure belong to the city. So what sort of costs, for example, at Rosecroft Villas would you be incurring to do this, if that's something that would be on your behalf?
Yeah, through the mayor to councillor, I certainly believe there's costs there, and it's not like, again, we expect the city to pick up all these things. If there's a mutual benefit, there's going to be mutual pain relative to the transfer of assets or the operation of these utilities. So option one, which is, decrease the mill rate proportionally, and option two, where you take over the utilities and we make that, as Councillor Kelly said, that general right-of-way between our driveways, that's now your infrastructure. I think those legal bills have to be shared, and I think the reality is there's gains and losses on both sides, and we're willing to put that in there for the right purposes, right? Which is, again, tax fairness. We're not coming here with handouts saying city has to pay everything. That's not fair to you guys either, because then all residents pay, right? Mm-hmm. And so we've got to have our share as well.
Right. Appreciate the answer. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon on round two.
Bring my mic over. Looking at your development, it's totally fair to say it is a unique condo development. And when I think of, the comments that I made earlier, and I apply them to what is more of a typical condo development, I think my argument stands pretty firm. But when you're looking at your development, I guess, what do you, have you done a cost analysis of what it would cost to completely abandon the condo association completely and move completely to individual properties paying like a normal? Is that something is possible legally?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Macon, we haven't, and I can't speak on behalf of the board on that. But me individually, and having done a lot of subdivision work and some similar to Councillor Harris, a lot of tax work, obviously, it makes no sense that we wouldn't look at it. And, it's, and the villas is another one that, is very similar to ours. You drive through there and you go, yeah, it's just another residential property, right? I mean, they have 3 towers, but the villas itself. So, we have to look at that as part of the option. I think what we're hoping is that the city looks at this and takes our information, and respects what we're saying and takes a hard look at it. But we're going to look at that as well, I'm sure, through the year. When you look at ours, and if you didn't know it was a condo association, you go, it's just another street.
Yeah,
right?
I agree. And I think applying a different mill rate to all condo associations based on the issues that you guys have, it would be too much for us to do. But I think certainly there's things I think that are options that could be looked at.
And it's all the same issues, right? It's transfer of infrastructure and assets either way, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
If you have a municipal background, I think you understand municipality has engineering standards. So
Right.
that when a developer comes into our community, they ultimately have to adhere to our engineering standards so that when we inherit that infrastructure at the end of the construction period or the guarantee period,
Right.
we know that it's been constructed accordingly. We have a little less certainty and surety of what happens on private property, virtually none, quite frankly, other than safety codes and things of that nature. So the biggest problem with what you're talking about to try to shift things back to the city is we're inheriting infrastructure. We have no certainty of the value or the problems that exist. Do you know, and this is my question, do you have a report that can say categorically that you can give to our administration, our council, say, our infrastructure complies with all engineering standards in place or were in place at the time that the development was put in the ground? Because that would be an important thing for me, because we'd have to look at it, because if a development has been developed and it's substandard to our engineering standards, then it becomes a public liability at some point in the time. Right now, it's a private liability to the people that own faith in the condominium. So you raised some interesting questions, and I think, and I only ask that question, it's rhetorical more than anything else, because it is a complex thing, and council ultimately wants to be as fair as we can be in the application of our assessment and our mill rates and our taxation and how we apportion costs to our community. So this is a very responsive council, and I think many councils have been that way, and the next council will hopefully be the same way. So I guess I would suggest to you that council will consider it, and we'll look at this in the context with our administration. I wouldn't necessarily hold my breath, but we will definitely, from my point of view, take a look at it just to see if there's any merit and anything that could ultimately come to pass in that regard.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming out today. So just for your information, so council doesn't make a motion following your presentation.
Right.
If council wishes to pursue this, it would have to come forward as a notice of motion, either at the end of the meeting or at a future meeting. So, and typically, if there's notice of motions, we generally ask council to take the time to ensure that they're written correctly. So
Right.
with that, I thank you for coming out and expressing your concerns. We greatly appreciate having people in our audience today.
Yeah, thank you for your time and for your service. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we're going to take a 10-minute, we'll take a 10-minute recess. So it's 3:16, so 3:25, we'll come back. Okay, it's 3:25. I asked everybody to be in their seats for 3:25. So if we can have our online people. All right. So our agenda is like thrown in the wind today. Poor Andrew. So I was told that for delegations that Andy Hansen was told it would come after Rosecroft, so we're going to do delegations now. So you are welcome to come forward and tell us what item you would like to speak to, and you would have 5 minutes.
Your Worship, members of council, thank you for having me here today. My name is Andy Hansen, and I am the president of the Fort Saskatchewan Firefighters Association, and I am here today to speak in favor.
Can you come a little closer to your mic?
I'm here today to speak in favor of Concept 3 for the second fire station being built in our city. Having read the fire station scoping study, I agree that the city of Fort Saskatchewan is in need of a second station, and I believe that out of the options that are being presented to you today, option 3 would be best suited for setting us up for long-term growth, response, and emergency management. Over the last few years, the department and IAFF Local 5277 have appreciated the support coming from this council. You have taken steps to ensure that the citizens of this city have a more appropriate level of service compared to the years prior. We've come a long way, and we're excited to see that you are hearing consideration to continue that growth. We support administration's recommendation for Concept 3, and it is my sincere hope that you will do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Are there any questions of Andy? Okay, doesn't look like it, so thank you very much. All right, if there's anybody else who wants to speak as part of the delegation, I am opening the delegation part up. Okay, not seeing anybody coming forward, then we are going to go to our unfinished business, which is 6.1, and that is Fire Station Scope Study. Todd Martin's presenting.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Todd Martins, Fire Chief here with the city, and to my right is Deputy Chief Andrew Buchanan, and also here today is Deputy Fire Chief of Emergency Management Quinn Gillard. Online today with us, we have Jason McConaughey and Dane Santos with ACI Architects, and we are here today to present the fire station scoping study with 3 concepts for council to consider. Just a little history before we get into the presentation. So in February 2023, Bear Integrated Solutions completed the Fire Service Master Plan. The plan was presented to Council with 26 recommendations. Council did approve the plan to serve as a comprehensive guide for a long-term strategy over the next 5 to 10 years. This plan identifies the policy development required, personnel, amenities and growth suggestions, and also evaluated the service level of the Fort Saskatchewan Fire Department. In 2024, Council approved $50,000 for the fire station scoping study to come back and provide 3 concepts for Council to consider. At the end of Q3 2024, ACI Architecture was retained for the station scoping study. The study concluded that the current land location that the city owns met the needs and facilitated the options, providing a robust solution to meet the Fort Saskatchewan Fire Department's operational demands, as well as the community expectations for service level, growth, future growth, and emergency management. The last was the Fort Saskatchewan Fire Hall concept stakeholder engagement. This process was designed to ensure that the fire hall meets the needs of the community while incorporating the insight and expertise of the wide variety of the Fort Saskatchewan employees. We had engagement from full-time firefighters, casuals, and 3 engagement sessions which from different city departments attended, LT, IT, facilities, planning and development, to name a few. So when we moved forward with the study, we looked at some fire department objectives, so cost efficiency, growth, and emergency management. The objectives of this study was to identify and assess 3 design concepts that support operational needs. We looked at the cost efficiency for long-term growth, current growth, and future growth, and emergency management. The fire department aims to achieve cost efficiency by optimizing resource allocation and minimizing unnecessary expenses. When we looked at the growth was focused on our service levels, improving the infrastructure, enhancing training programs, and better serving the community. We looked at the infrastructure layout that we would need, firefighter response times, training needs, training area space, the operations, as well as administration functions. Emergency management was the next big piece, and this piece involved developing the robust response strategies, ensuring that readiness for a variety of emergencies, and collaborating with agencies and our industry partners, effectively managing all crises at a different level. Also, with the addition of a dedicated ECC, fire prevention areas, this enhanced the ability for us to respond to those large-scale exercises. So at this time, I'll have ACI present the 3 concepts to council, and then after that, we just have a few more slides that we'd finish with. So, how do I go out of this? Sorry. Oops. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so Jason and Dane from ACI are online. They couldn't attend in person. So I'll let Jason and Dane take away the next portion of this presentation.
Perfect. Thanks, Todd. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. We are excited to present our fire hall concepts. Please, next slide. I believe it moved. Oh,
sorry.
Thank you. 3 concepts were created based on the stakeholder engagements that Todd mentioned, and also through the program provided at the RFP stage.
Jason,
what you're seeing on the screen, right?
Can you lean into your microphone? You're a little bit hard to hear.
Can. Yeah, I sure can. I apologize. 3 overall concepts were created based on the stakeholder engagements and the program provided at the RFP stage. What you see in front of you is the 3 concepts with color-coded programs to delineate the differences between the 3. So the pink representing the classroom, the yellow, the living quarters, the blue, the dorms, the green, the administration spaces, orange for the EOC, the purple for the heritage, and then obviously the dark gray for the building support. Next slide, please. In concept number 1, this is the site plan. So the building has been located to be adjacent directly across from the entrance into the cul-de-sac Ridge Point gate. This was discussed with Public Works as the best situation for alignment. The main access to the facility is along Southview Way, my apologies, where all members would enter and public. Right off the main entrance would be the public parking, and then past that is the secure parking, which also has the firefighter training located within. The main entrance is located on the edge of the site. It's okay. Next slide. On the edge of the site. On the top left of the page is that main entrance with a vestibule. Attached to the vestibule is an outdoor storage. And then directly behind that is the lobby that would accommodate access to the classroom, the public washroom, and the small reception. Option 1, after that below, I think the slide might be on the wrong one. Option 1, below that would be the fitness, the kitchen, and the common areas for the members to utilize. On the bottom of that plan is those 8 dorms laid out. And in the center of it is all the utility spaces, so washrooms, change rooms, laundry, anything associated with the day-to-day. Directly to the right of that would be the apparatus bay in this option one. It is concept one, my apologies. It is a 2-bay apparatus. And then the far right of the page is all of the associations that are to the firefighting services. So all of their gear storage, CBA would be accommodated on that side. Next page, please. On the second floor in option one, concept one, there'd be a mechanical room and a small mezzanine for training and storage. That's what you see in the diagram. Next page, please. This view is a view of the concept one from the northwest along Southridge Boulevard. Just to give everybody a conceptual visualization. Next slide, please. This is a view from the southwest, looking at the facility. Slide, please. And finally, a view from the northeast. Next slide, please. So based on the areas of concept one, it has an overall floor plate of 1,602 square meters, which is equivalent to 17,244 square feet. We are able to utilize the existing information for the utilities to forecast what the existing or what the future operation costs would be. And that's what you see in the diagram, the table below. The estimated cost for the water, sewer, and solid waste would be about $4,100 a year. For the natural gas would be about $9,000 a year, and for the electricity would be around $30,000 for a total of $43,427.99. The Class D estimate total capital cost for concept one would come in at around $13,835,400. This would include the training facility. Next slide, please. Concept two, the building location is remain in the same spot as aligns with Ridge Point Gate. It is again directly accessed off Southview Way. The visitor parking in option two, or concept two, becomes larger based on the understanding that there's a little more space with inside. It does have the outside training facility with the staff parking on the south in a secure compound. The entrance is again off the northwest corner. Next slide, please. On the top left of the page, just below the big rectangle, is the main entrance. From that main entrance, again, it would be an outdoor storage. And then directly behind that is a lobby. Where option or concept two becomes bigger is the reception area becomes larger with administration behind. So directly above the lobby would be a classroom. And in concept two, there's additional offices added in for ECC to utilize that classroom in case of emergencies. Directly to the right of that is the administration area, what would be associated with 4 offices, a boardroom, and a training area. Directly below the lobby at the front would be the fitness, kitchen area, and common spaces for the members. And then directly below that are those dorms. In the center core, again, is that washrooms, change rooms area. And to the right of that is the 3 apparatus bay. Again, on the very far right of the page is the members' work area. So it would be the gear storage, the SCBA, and a workshop. Next page, please. On the second floor of concept two, again, the mechanical room would be located above the building on the left, with a mezzanine located on the right for training and storage. Next slide, please. This is a view of the northwest. Slide. This is a view of the southwest. And this is a view of the northeast. Concepts two overall area is 2,102 square meters, which equates to 22,626 square feet. Again, looking at the operational cost, it's an anticipated estimate cost of water, sewer, and solid waste at $5,400 a year, and natural gas at just under $12,000 with electricity just under 40,000 for an overall cost of $56,982. The Class D estimate comes in at $18,841,500. Concept 3 again aligns with that Ridge Point Gate, the apron of the apparatus bay, and is accessed off Southview Way. In Concept 3, the parking lot that's associated outside of the secure area becomes larger to accommodate the ECC parking for members' requirements. Above that is a plaza that would connect to the heritage component of Concept 3, which I will show you in the plan. And then below that, again, in the secure compound is the training facility and the members' parking. Concept 3 is again accessed on the the top left page through a vestibule and with an additional outdoor storage and a lobby directly after. The lobby for Concept 3 attaches to not only the classroom, reception, and the washrooms, but it also attaches to a breakout room and a heritage room. The heritage room is located directly at the top of the page, and the heritage room would be to showcase the existing heritage fire truck that the detachment currently has. Directly behind the heritage room and the breakout room is that admin space with 4 offices and a boardroom with a copy center. Directly below the lobby is that classroom. And directly below that is the fitness kitchen and common areas for the members. Concept 3 has 10 dorm rooms, which are located along the bottom of the plan. Again, that middle section for the change rooms, washrooms, and also the laundry rooms is this similar to the other concepts. The right page shows a 3 apparatus bay, and again, the gear storage, gear wash, and workshop on the right. Page, please. Concept 2 or 3 has a second floor, which is their ECC. The one division that we made was the ECC has a dedicated entryway, so they wouldn't interfere with the fire hall's operations. This to give them a dedicated area and have access 24/7. On the second floor would accommodate all of the ECC offices, which are 6 offices, 2 plan and break rooms, a kitchen, and a boardroom. There's also the ECC main center that's located directly in the middle of the plan, and the associated washrooms, change rooms, and showers. On this option off of the kitchen, there is an outdoor space for patio. Behind the ECC large room is the mechanical room that services the entire building. And across the 3 bay is a mezzanine that's attached to a training tower. This is a view of the northwest of Concept 3. That front piece that you see that fully glazed is that heritage building that you would see off South Fort Drive. This is a view from the southwest of the facility. And a view from the northeast. Concepts 3 overall area is 2,786 square meters, which equates to just under 30,000 square feet. Again, with the utility cost, the water, sewer, and solid waste is estimated at $7,000, just over. The natural gas is just under $16,000, and the electrical is $52,000, for a total of $75,500. The Class D estimate for Concept 3 is $24,484,500. We also wanted to touch on just kind of the basis of the design of the fire hall. So what we're showing is the hall division. So most fire halls that we've designed currently are separated into 2 areas. So a clean area and a contaminated area. A contaminated area would be any fire members coming back from fires or spills or accidents that would have any residue on them. Well, the clean area is the station gear. We just wanted to point that out. Expansion is always a point that comes up. Although expansion is not impossible, the one thing we always like to flag is based on the designs and the way they stand, it is not always the easiest to program it after the fact and monitor it. What you see in the diagram now is a 2-bay apparatus with a 3rd bay expansion. As you can see, it doesn't have the same connectivity to the apparatus bay. There's visual oversight, and also the call times would take a hit. Next slide, please. Based on our experience in the industry and the way we see them, there is year-over-year a 4% inflation on construction that we're seeing. So this chart, it demonstrates the inflation on each concept over a 5-year period from 2025 to 2030. I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I wish you could have been here, but by the sounds of your voice, I think you must have a cold or laryngitis. So I'm glad you were online, so you didn't infect all of us. So I will go back to Chief Martins.
Thank you. How do I get this back here? Where you got it? Okay, can't see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Andrew Buchanan to just walk you through the disadvantages and the advantages of each option that we would like to highlight for you, and go through why we're recommending option or concept 3 for administration. So.
Good afternoon, Mayor Ketcher and members of council. My name is Andrew Buchanan, and I am the Deputy Chief of Operations for the Fire Department. I wanted to go over a concept overview. First of all, this presentation outlines key areas of focus for our department's future development. We will explore concepts centered on operational and growth needs, safety, sustainability, efficiency, functionality, cost effectiveness, and community integration. Each concept aims to enhance our capabilities, our infrastructure, and training programs to better serve the community. As we navigate through these concepts, it's important to note that all 3 meet critical criteria, including city response times, high-intensity residential fires or HRF requirements, and the inclusion of live fire training facilities with varying capabilities. These concepts provide a comprehensive framework for advancing our facilities design and ensuring the FSFD can continue to serve the community effectively. Concept 1 includes dormitory space for 8 members, a small business area, and parking for 15 staff and 5 visitors. Concept 1 has a Class D estimate of $13,835,000, which includes the projected budget, training tower, and design costs. Operational annual costs, including sewer, gas, and electricity, are estimated at $51,091 annually. Advantages of Concept 1 include a cost-effectiveness, simplistic design compared to larger, more complex alternatives. Efficiency, a straightforward layout with a focus on only essential fire station functions, making it easier to plan and construct. A dedicated training area, bringing a smaller scale live fire training tower and grounds designed for training and operational readiness. And a clear focus on firefighting operations, with a specialized space dedicated to fire response and personnel housing without additional complexities. Disadvantages of Concept 1 include a limited capacity for future growth. It is simply not large enough to accommodate future staffing and the equipment needs of our department. It lacks integrated multi-purpose spaces, does not provide room for additional community needs. There is no EC space, limited classroom space, and is a small 2-bay apparatus fire station with insufficient storage. The lack of community engagement, this space lacks community-oriented learning capabilities, such as public education, fire prevention, school programs, and community outreach. With its reduced flexibility, it will not offer the flexibility needed to meet evolving department needs and community demands over time. Concept 2 explores a dual-use facility combining the fire station with expanded training and classroom areas. It is a 3-bay fire station, 1-story layout with space for 10 dorms and a greater capacity for staff. It has medium-sized administrative offices with additional parking. Concept 2 has a Class D estimate of $18,841,000, which includes the projected budget, training tower, and design costs. The operational costs, which include sewer, gas, electricity, and administrative custodial services, comes in at an estimation of $106,894 annually. Concept 2 advantages include a cost-effective design layout, more affordable to build and maintain compared to larger, more complex alternatives. It has a dedicated training area with a live fire training tower and grounds specifically designed for training, includes an apparatus bay training mezzanine that provides an additional training resource year-round for our firefighters indoors. Additional on-site parking spaces are provided for community-based engagements and training. And finally, with the flexibility for expansion and growth, it has increased storage for apparatus, equipment, and decontamination processes to keep our firefighters safe. Disadvantages of Concept 2 include a limited capacity for our future growth planning. Although there are more administration offices in this concept in comparison to Concept 1, the facility will not be large enough to accommodate the projected future staffing and equipment needs. This will require renovations and additional construction down the line and will cause operational disruptions. Finally, a reduced flexibility for the ECC. Although equipped with additional space for special events, a permanent location for the ECC would not be feasible with this concept. If the demand for a dedicated ECC is required post-construction, there will be a high cost associated with the renovation. The renovations will also cause operational disruptions and create a fragmented floor plan for the design. Concept 3 is a multi-use facility that integrates the fire station with an ECC, fire prevention and inspection areas, and extensive training grounds. It is a 3-bay fire station with 2 stories containing operational and administrative space and ample parking. Concept 3 has a Class D estimate of $24,484,000, which again includes the projected budget, training tower, and design costs. The operational costs, including sewer, gas, electricity, and custodial services, comes in at an annual estimation of $128,709. The advantages of Concept 3 included an enhanced dedicated training area, a live fire training tower, and grounds enhancing operational readiness. This facility will also allow the rental of training grounds to fire schools in the region and neighboring departments. Public education programs, school programs, fire cadet programs are all obtainable options within this space. Additional on-site parking for classroom rentals, ECC, and any community-based engagements, education, and training. The large classroom provides cost efficiency and community engagement by allowing the opportunity to rent out the space for any community engagement, training, or conferences. The Heritage Room provides a prominent showcase of the exemplary hard work and service of over 100 years in the community. This room will also highlight our historic 1956 Bickle fire truck. Flexibility for expansion and growth. This provides the most administrative space to accommodate future growth that is prescribed in the Fire Services Master Plan. A third apparatus bay increases storage capacity to meet the current demands and future needs of our growing city. Finally, a dedicated ECC provides a space that meets the requirements of an ECC and in a state of operational readiness 365 days a year. Regional training partnerships with industry, municipal fire services, and emergency management teams are possible with this option. Concept 3 disadvantages include cost. So this option is the most expensive concept compared to alternatives. And finally, increased utility usage. The larger square footage footprint will lead to an increase in yearly operational costs compared to other concepts. As we move into future staffing requirements for the department, we have put up a few estimated numbers and the estimated cost for these staffing additions. Administration will present this plan to council during budget deliberations in the fall of 2025 for the 2026 budget considerations. Skip one more. As highlighted earlier in the presentation, the department looked at alignment with the objectives of cost efficiency, growth, and emergency management. Concept 1 prioritizes cost efficiency but has low alignment with growth and emergency management. Concept 2 balances cost efficiency, growth, and emergency management, providing a moderate alignment across all objectives. Concept 3 emphasizes growth and emergency management, demonstrating strong alignment in these areas. Initially, it may have a lower cost efficiency due to the total cost. However, over the long term, Concept 3 evolves into a highly cost-efficient model thanks to the additional assets it brings to the community. Taking into account the department's growth, cost efficiency, emergency management, enhanced training capabilities, community integration, and a comprehensive 50-year vision, the administration recommends Concept 3 to effectively meet the future needs of our expanding city and department. Our next steps include council feedback and direction on one of the options presented, and direction to proceed to the detailed design phase. This concludes our presentation on the concepts of the new fire station. Thank you. I'll now proceed with any questions.
Okay, thank you. Now, this originally should have come to a committee of the whole meeting so that we could have a little more open dialogue. So since we didn't have that opportunity and we wanted to get it on the agenda, just for council's information, I will be lenient and I will allow for comments as well as questions. And then when we get into a motion, then we can go into further discussion and debate. But I will allow some flexibility for that, okay, just to ensure that I'm being fair. And thank you for your presentation. Councillor Macon, you're first.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification, because my first comments are definitely more of a debate and kind of get your opinion on this. I just wanted to start off with the study itself, because as a member of this council, I think that it surprised me because it wasn't what I expected to be brought back. Because we had discussed, when we discussed the concepts 1, 2, and 3, I really thought concept 1 was supposed to be like a basic model. And then it moved up from there. And then so I was surprised to see that you say that these concepts were based on stakeholder engagement, because I actually thought we would have been based more on the fire master plan and what would have been required. And surprised to see that the training tower was included in that first base model. And it just seems like all 3 models are actually very nice stations. And like the base model that we're looking at is literally only 1,500 square feet smaller than our full-size station now. So I guess just comment on that.
Sure, Your Worship, Councillor Macon. So when we did look at different models, the CCAN model, for example, that Calgary Fire runs, but remember they're running 46 fire departments, and that model of a CCAN is put into residential areas, and they still are building the fire hall that comes. They do that to meet the HERF standard. So when we looked at some other partners and some of the other cities around us, we had looked at very similar to what our option 1 is. And 2 years ago, that same fire hall was roughly $6 million. And now that exact same fire hall is around $11 million. And we reached out to someone that just recently built in the capital region to get their input on what did they actually look at for input into that building. And unfortunately, that building was the standard. There weren't a lot of changes or change orders that were put into that. That was basically it. You get this. So very similar to our option 1. So when we looked at things like the fire master plan, our fire underwriter survey, stakeholder engagement, we really looked at the needs and the recommendations from the fire master plan. And through the fire master plan, there was a strong recommendations a number of time about training, on-site training. Currently, we go to Spruce Grove or Lakeland, City Edmonton even. It's a little more expensive there, but we're traveling upwards of an hour, taking 15 staff out of the city a number of times through the year. So again, with that stakeholder engagement, we looked at the need for that to be in the city. You know, a little harder again for our casuals to get away and do that training when it's not in the city. So a lot of the recommendations from that, and so that was the reason to put it in each one. The intent of it was each one scales. So the first option, it's not a 5-story training center. It's a very small training center. Just allows us to basically kind of go through the motions in there. And then as the options increase, the training tower increases. You know, you have more burn rooms. It gets higher to do high angle and that type of stuff. So that was kind of the reasoning for the increase, to have them in all 3 options. And then again, when we looked at the fire underwriter study and the recommendations that came out of the fire underwriter study for the response times, which was tied back to the fire master plan as well. So it wasn't just on kind of low, medium, and high. We did truly kind of go through every recommendation out of the 26 that was put forward to council back in 2023, I think, from Bear.
Okay, thank you for that. I have lots of questions on the concepts themselves, but I guess the one last comment that I'll make on, and you don't have to respond to this, I just wanted to make the comment about the study, is that when reading it and trying to read it from a non-biased perspective, I will just make the comment that right at the beginning where it's talking about concept 1, 2, and 3, it talks about concept 1, but it immediately says the disadvantage to it. This is what it has, oh, but this is why that's a disadvantage. And concept 2 and 3 didn't have that. And I just thought, like, when you got actually into the 1, 2, and 3, it had a part for advantage, disadvantage, right? And so I just thought that was a little leading in it. And I know that you didn't write that study, but I just wanted to make the comment as council and people who have to look at these documents. I did find that to be leading right there at the beginning, just saying like, well, this is our first look at what concept 1 could look like, but here's the disadvantages right away. So thanks.
Okay. You can come back for more questions on round 2. Councillor Abatoye, you're up.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Martins and Deputy Chief Buchanan, for your presentation. Yeah, I think the comments have been said already. I kind of agree with those comments. I was expecting something that was a bit more conservative in terms of the costs and whatnot. But my first question will be around just going back to concept 3, and this will probably be a question for the consultants. What is the projected population size at which Fort Saskatchewan will reach capacity under concept 3? Because I know that you say a lot of the advantages you're talking about is long-term growth. So at what size will Fort Saskatchewan be before we say that we need to grow? We need to get something bigger. And I would like to know that for both concept 1 and for concept 3.
Through your worship, Councillor Abatoye. So when we looked at all 3 of the options, we really looked at the land that we had here, the current development that we have, and tried to look at the road networks that were currently available to us when we looked at the location and what we could service currently with all 3 options. And so when we looked at it through that lens, all 3 of the options did meet what we have for land as well as what we have in current development and future development. I can't speak to down the road because we basically based it on the road network and what we know from development. As far as each options, when we looked at how they increase with the dorms and the space, we looked at the staffing requirements, and again, looking out 5, 10, 15, 20 years with worth of growth. So this aligned with basically where we're at now with the first one, I think was option 6 dorms, possibly to 8, and then it went to 10. So this allows us, that first option, we're sitting at a roughly citywide, we'd probably be around 15 staff, and then it goes to the 15 plus goes to 20, and then it's about 25 staff per day. So it gives us a lot of growth when we're looking at the next 30 to 50 years through each of the options.
Thank you for your response. And if you don't mind, can you go back, Mr. Buchanan, to your presentation? I feel like you skipped past quickly the staffing requests that you're going to be bringing before council. I was trying to, because the screen here is so tiny, I'm trying to see, but I couldn't really see. So if you could take your slide back to that page where you had the staffing requests that we're going to be getting I'm guessing, the next budget year. You had 14 requests. Yeah, 14 new positions over 5 years and total full-time staff of 36 firefighters. So okay, so there's going to be 14 new positions in over the next 5 years. Because my second question is going to be around staffing. Like, are we going to be moving some of the firefighters from the old fire station to the new fire station? So I'm assuming that's the new fire station is going to have all new people.
Your worship, Councillor Bertoye. So we will be moving trucks and staff would be to any of the concepts. However, this was a very high level staffing requirements that we looked at to at least show council that this is on the radar for us to come back to discussion budget time. So right now we're still looking at roughly 8 positions that would be toward the new station. And then the other 4 and the 2 other positions that we have there as well. So we based it off of a 1.5 staffing ratio, which is what a lot of the full-time departments use for a staffing ratio. So when we look at that staffing ratio, that takes us to that 36. We currently have 24 full-time staff. So how we get to that number 2, we times it by 1.5 times the current number that we have, and that gives us our 12 staff. Based on that staffing ratio, you can also look at it when we look at their time. The firefighter works at 2184 hours in a year. So we minus out their holidays, their sick time, bank time, all their training hours, and that leaves us with a bottom number. And then that's how we also come up to the 1.25 number. So based on that number, that's where a majority of the staffing requirements came from. We also didn't look just at what we need for this new hall. This was, again, a higher level look at some of the challenges we've seen with overtime over the last couple of years, the new station, and then based on our WCB and sick time and that staffing that I spoke to. So it kind of was all encompassing, and that's why we just didn't want to focus on it today as much and more in budget for 2026 discussions, and then phase it in over the next five years.
Okay, thank you. Just my final question in this round. So the 8th position you're requesting, is that considering the concept 3 or just the barest minimum?
Your worship, due to Councillor Bertoye. So that's in all of the concepts. That would now we run 3 staff on a fire truck, and the challenge again we're having it when it's at a 1-for-1 ratio. We're always calling in overtime, or we're always working with 2 on a truck, and 2 on a truck is not sufficient for a single engine. So the 8 is throughout all of the options. This allows us to have then with just the 8 positions, it would be actually 8 per platoon, and it would be 4 per truck, which allowed us to have the sick time, again, a little bit of the sick time or training or staff to drop down to that 7. So that's why you have those different numbers.
Thank you for your response.
Okay. Councillor Harris.
I think we have to make a holistic decision on the future of Fire Hall, and ultimately, I guess I need to see what we're going to do with the existing facility and how it fits into the overall fire master plan in relation to how we're going to utilize that. It's obviously in the center of the old town. This one that you're proposing is in the center of the community as a whole. and I like that concept. I like the concept of 3 bays. I like, the option 3. I really like that. So, but how, or did I just miss something? Or because I would have to see the integration of the existing facility into the planning and the building of this, so we know how staffing is going to take place. You talked about moving equipment around, because ultimately, if we build option 3, that's fire hall number 1, basically. It's newer, it's better, it's bigger, it provides everything. So when are we going to hear information about what's going to happen with the existing facility? Because I have to consider that in a holistic context to determine what does that mean to staffing, what does it mean to equipment utilization, what does it mean to an existing facility that maybe we can reduce some of the operating costs. So when's that going to come to us?
So Your Worship, Councillor Harris, so I don't have that in front of me, but I can speak to it. We still need the existing station. It ties into our response times. If you remember, it was a bit ago, but if you remember the maps that we provided about the response times and the 10 minutes and the kind of the cross laps and how far each station could cross into each other's jurisdiction. And the current station isn't meeting that on the far end of the city for part of it and for future growth. Basically, the equipment we have currently at station, we would split. We would basically look at the need that needs to go up to that station. So, for example, the boat would go up to that station. It's closer to the boat launch for us. So that would be one piece of equipment that we would move up there to help us with response times. Our ladder truck would be another piece. We're seeing a lot of our higher stories are being built out that way, and future developments. The ladder truck, based on call volume, would go out that way. So the hall is still needed. We're not looking at any extra equipment purchased through this. The equipment we have has the ability to have the backup and the primary trucks we need, based again on NFPA and the 15 and 20 years for the apparatus. So that helps us with the decisions there. But it will free up some space in the hall at Station 1. We have discussed looking at, again, with our partners, our EMS partners, if there possibly would be a appetite to come back into one of the stations very early on in that discussion. So there could be an opportunity there as well.
Chief Martin, I don't want to cut you off, but I think what it comes down to in my mind is just understanding holistically how we're going to utilize those 2 stations. Because ultimately I see if we build option 3, which I looked at and I said, yeah, I can see the need for that. I can see that being the build if we make that decision. But we have to consider those ramifications of what we're going to do with the utilization of the existing space. Because ultimately, I can almost see the existing station being more of definitely meet the response timelines in the original part of Fort Saskatchewan and into the industrial area as required. Kind of like what Sherwood Park or what Strathcona did when they built the Heartland Hall. They ultimately built that for that particular reason. But this is an important major capital expenditure, and I think we have to have a more fruitful discussion. I mean, so what you're looking for today is just that we do the detailed planning for it. When would we, so my question is, we do that, when do we actually have the full-time discussion about that actual expenditure in relation to how all of these pieces fit together? Because I don't see them fitting together or the information yet, so that we can make that holistic decision. And I don't know if the rest of council would feel the same way. We have to build a new fire hall, no question about it. That's a great location for it. I agree with that. The question is, we need to have a little bit more information to really see how all the parts fit together. That's what I'm looking at in terms of when are we going to get that, and when's the best time to have that discussion.
Sure.
Because I'm not sure if it's today. We just saw this in the last 10 days, if you will. And you guys have been working on it for a long time diligently, and I appreciate that. But we have to look at it, how it all ties together. Do you feel it all ties together?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Harris, I think it does. If you when we went back and looked back at the fire master plan,
okay.
It did speak to cross-zone response. coverage, again, for industrial and the new development, which was a big concern for us, was the response time and the cross coverage. As our call volume increases, so do the responses, and so that's kind of what we're going to need to have, is that building still there. The bones are good in that building. It's just a lot of the future growth that we're looking at, the programs, the staffing, the response time on the emergency management piece is for that new station piece.
Okay, well, I'll come back.
Yep, you bet.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. Some good questions. I'll save most of my comments for the motion that's up front of council, or will be. First question, approximately what population would, and I'm going to base all my questions on concept 3 because that's in the motion and that's the recommended building, but what population could this support at build out plus fully equipped? And I'll say whatever, its capacity is for pump truck, ladder truck, and the rest of the equipment needed to fully kit it out.
Your worship, to the councillor. No, and so like you're asking the question if when would we build another one, or
Sure, yeah. What's the threshold of population capacity? I know, I guess I'm asking for maybe a rough estimate because it has to do with the domiciles or physical buildings, not population, but there's got to be a correlation.
Yeah. Your worship, Councillor Knight. So again, when we looked at the plans that we've been reviewing for the annexed land as well as Sienna, and with that road mapping network on what we could respond to from that station, we meet those targets with all the land that the city currently has on the annex side, as well into, I guess, down South Ridge Boulevard to that Greenview area.
With our current station, or
with the land that where this second station would be.
So all the annex land currently in Fort Saskatchewan, it would serve.
So for me, I wouldn't see. Don't have a crystal ball, but I don't know what we would annex next, and it would be outside of the land that we currently have within our limits.
Right. Okay. I was really surprised at your statement here, following Councillor Harris's comments, that there's no new equipment that would be needed immediately. So, and I think you were just referring to trucks. So you would move the vehicle components necessary to kind of balance both sides of Fort Saskatchewan into the new station. Obviously, with 14 new staff members, there would be all their kits and helmets and oxygen, the rest of it. So considering that, and that's correct, right? That's my understanding. That was what you said.
Your worship, Councillor Nolan. So right now, we don't project any new equipment because we have a casual pool. We have, it's not extra equipment, but there's equipment and bunker gear and helmets for our casual. So the hope is that we pull from our casuals pool to hire full time, like we've always done. So again, the trucks would split and the equipment would split. We've looked at all of the equipment, again, based on the fire master plan. It laid out all the equipment when we did that. There would be nothing extra unless for some reason we couldn't hire from our casual pool, then we'd have to go external for that hired. And there could be some costs for gear and helmet, but we have some casuals leave here and there, and we have some gear, some spare gear with us.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that. I'm more thinking about the equipment. So if no new equipment is needed for the foreseeable future, then why do we not have a proposal which is 2 bays of a garage and an ATCO trailer right now? And you have to appreciate the perspective of my question as a counselor. I mean, there's an opportunity cost of spending what I think is quite a bit more than 25 million with the equipment that's going to be needed and in a short term into the future for spending that money today, as opposed to going to, if you want to call it temporary or more of a small concept build out that could be expanded upon if all we need is storage on that side of Fort Saskatchewan.
So, Your Worship, to Councillor Nolan. So, when we looked at this through the fire master plan, we looked to that 10-year mark. We didn't look based on what we didn't have even with planning and development. So do we need another ladder truck? At that time, we don't. You're right down the road, maybe 20 years, we could need another ladder truck at that time, based on the city's growth. But right now, the need's not there. We do have equipment that does sit outside at our current station. So that equipment then would be moved inside as well. And then again, when we looked at that growth, that 30, 50-year projection, as the city grew, there could be more equipment there. And so that was the third bay that we added for that growth because of the costs for the future, I guess.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks for the answers.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. So I know when we're talking here today, it sounds like it's sitting there already and we're going to put people and everything in it. From the time that funding is given for design work to the time that it would officially open, how many years are we talking?
To your worship, I would say three would be reasonable. If we went out to RFP for detailed design, 8 months to a year, build it, I would say, in probably 28 would be my rough guess.
Okay. And then the next question that I have, and I don't know if it's so much for you, maybe Mr. Fleming or Ms. Smith-Dogood can answer it. The number of housing units that are being built per year right now, and the fact that they're being built across the highway. I think we just saw a report from our economic development about how many units. Can you just remind me of how many units per year are being built?
Through your worship, between 200 and 300 would be a reasonable estimate. 264 approvals is what sticks in my head for last year.
Okay. And that doesn't take anything into account for the new annexed lands that are coming on for, I guess, Strata and Landrix?
To your worship, that's correct. That's all within, or mostly within West Park and South Fort.
Okay, thank you. And I think that information's really important because when we, back in the day, probably about in 2010 or 11, when we decided to move the RCMP detachment from where Families First is, as a council, we made a decision to take it out to the highway so that there would be access egress to the entire community instead of just downtown. And back then, we felt like it was a lot of money, but we built a state-of-the-art facility. So I'm always thinking, are we building for today? Are we building for tomorrow? Are we building for 30 to 50 years out? Because how old is our existing hall?
Your worship, 42 years.
42 years. So, yeah, and I think that's really important when we're thinking about that 42 years. The one last question that I have, I was at the ECC emergency planning thing that you had last week. So in speaking with the people there, they were talking about an EOC room. So I think I got the message that typically it would be at a fire hall as opposed to into a community hall.
Your worship, that is correct. That seems to be the new norm, is to build it either on a main floor separate or above, and with a separate entrance. So EOC and ECC are the same. EOC was the old language, but because it said operations, they went to coordination center. So it's the same language. But yes, we're seeing more and more of that. Unless we have seen in Alberta, there are some that have bigger needs, so they have a separate building that they have. As you've seen when you were there on Friday, the amount of staffing and people that would be in that room to run an exercise, and that exercise I'd say wasn't even the biggest exercise that could come from the risk next door. So just that piece would be that room would be a major piece for emergency management.
And just remind us all again how many people were there, because there was a lot and I couldn't count them.
Your Worship, there's 144 EM representatives from across the province.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, you're next.
Thank you, and good afternoon, gentlemen. My first question, I'm going to probably address Mr. Fleming. I can't tell from the camera. I assume he's in the room, and if not, I'm sure Janelle is. So I think I've asked at least a couple times over the last couple years on the progress toward reviewing and bringing to council a report on the opportunity or availability of changing our off-site levies for new development to accommodate building in reimbursement or at least a sharing of costs for facilities such as new fire halls. So where are we on that? And when will we get it to council?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So we're currently working on that. We're just in the early stages, from what I understand, and we're just looking to see what that would look like. So now that we have the Class D estimate, it helps the group kind of figure out what those levies would look like for a cost. Unless Ms. Duguid would like to.
Okay, I think Ms. Bouger, I got it.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Kelly. We are making progress on that front, and that work is expected to be in front of council. We're aiming for June. And we are, in our calculations, looking to recoup up to 75% of the actual hall cost and furnishings in the hall through the offsite levy bylaws. So that is work that is in progress and will be before council.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. So wouldn't it make sense to you to have this information in council's hands, or wouldn't it make sense for council to have all of this information before it's asked to make a decision of this magnitude?
Through your worship, I think we can definitely move it back to then if we want. I think I was probably working under the assumption that this project was going to move ahead regardless, and that the levies would come and we would get those in place as soon as we could, regardless of the concept that we go forward with. The levies are still going to be relevant to the ability to finance it. So, and it is helpful.
Thank you, Troy. But
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, and I thank you for your response. It's just that until 10 seconds ago, I, as a councillor, had no idea that possibly as much of that, of the costs as just suggested, could be covered or recovered in the future. I had no clue.
Yeah,
so it stresses me out as a councillor. I can't emphasize that enough.
Yeah, through your worship, it's a significant cost. This is a significant investment for the community. So completely agree with you there. Regardless of how much of the cost we're able to recuperate, I know internally it's kind of been somewhere between 50 and 75% is the hope that you can do with the development levy. It still has to go on the city's, the city still has to front end the cost. So just keep in mind it's relevant to our debenture capacity regardless of the strategies we can use to pay it back.
And I understood that. Thank you. Fire Chief Martin, I'm going to offer up a personal observation, and sometimes I don't speak as clearly as I would hope, so I'm going to preface my comments with a strong statement that what I say coming out of my mouth in the next minute is by no means to be taken as a reflection on my opinion of the current fire hall. But as a councillor who sat on, and multiple of my fellow councillors were on the council from last term, when the full-time fire staffing concept was brought to council. Our council struggled with it then, And I do think, and I'm going to ask whomever can respond, but my recollection is that in that 5 or 6 year period, the costs that council was given then for a full-time fire hall have more than tripled in that period of time. Is my recollection correct, to whomever would like to answer that?
Through your worship, I think the overall costs of the service itself have tripled or a little bit more than that. I can't really speak to what's happened to them since the time when we proposed going full-time. I'd have to probably go back and dig through some numbers for that.
Close enough. So I'm not far wrong, Mr. Fleming, and thank you. So when I see this type of stuff, I'm weighing in my mind that cost and the benefits, and from a layman's perspective, obviously. And Mayor Katcher, I'm going to continue to talk because you explained earlier on that you would offer a lot of latitude. I'm going to paraphrase and say a lot of latitude. My reading on this 7 years ago, and again more recently, indicates that from a societal perspective in North America, and certainly I'm going to suggest probably the history of Fort Saskatchewan, that we see now a lower incidence of fire per 1,000 structures than we did 50 or 60 or 70 or 80 years ago. Fire Chief Martins, would that be a fair statement?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. I don't know the number off the top of my head. I would say that the intensity of the fires have increased. The fires that we're seeing nowadays, a lot of the building material has glue. It's not real wood, if I can say that. And so the carcinogens that are in a lot of the newer build homes, they're burning faster. Fire doubles every 30 seconds in size. And so we have seen over the years the increase of intensity in fires to spread. As far as a decrease in calls here in Fort Saskatchewan, the numbers over the last 5 years have increased. If we look Canada-wide, I don't have those numbers for you, Councillor Kelly.
Okay, well, I'll move on, but my reading clearly indicated from multiple sources that the actual fires per capita or fires per 1,000 structures have dropped off dramatically over the decades, not the last 5 years, over the decades, due to many reasons, including better technology, better building standards, better products in the building. So, but your response did lead me, Fire Chief, to my next comment. I watched very closely, and I'm sure you did as well, to what unfolded in Los Angeles here a month or a month and a half ago with their fire outbreak that cost, as near as I can tell, somewhere around 15,000 structures. So I would agree with your comment that the intensity has quite probably increased. But what happened in LA, due to circumstances that probably could have been foreseen but weren't acted upon, the fire quickly grew to a point where the resources of a city the size of LA couldn't handle it. I'm not suggesting we have those types or those specific circumstances in Fort Saskatchewan, but we're not risk-free. We do have risk. And we could have a situation where we have, in tightly packed areas of Fort Saskatchewan, a block or two go up in an unfortunate situation, which would quickly overwhelm any fire department the fort could have. So that gets me to really my next question. It seems to me that the proper focus for going forward is to use the traditional firefighting methods, which you folks do, and to focus on new technology and new materials to help make our community more fireproof in general. And I make that comment, and it'll be a question in a second if you'll bear with me, but when I looked at the after pictures of the fire in LA again, in almost every picture, you would see blocks of flattened, blackened houses. But there would be the occasional house standing in the middle, apparently, at least in the picture, looking untouched. And there was some things I read that indicated that by and large those houses survived because when they were built with fire retardant materials on the exterior. So from an economic perspective, does the fire department, fire chief, ever look at the costs of traditional enforcement or firefighting versus the costs on a per unit basis of a slightly better building code standard within our community that would require more fire retardant materials and work and consider a trade-off or a combined approach to the problem? Do you look at it from that perspective ever?
Okay, I'm going to let him answer that question, Councillor Kelly, and then I'll put you on for round two because I've got others on the list. Okay.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay.
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So when we look at those extra requirements, that's basically what we're working with the building code department for, that higher level of the fascia and the glazing and that fire retardant that you spoke to. So we do look at that. So that is applied to any of the structures outside of the 10 minutes. Now, whether we would continue that practice, we'd have to have a discussion about that once or if the second hall was built. However, some of the places down in the States do other things, the same thing in Canada that help out. There's Fire Smart, which is a program that communities can adopt to help thinning of their trees and mulching and that type of thing. That does help. You're getting rid of those ground fuels in your yard to help stop the spread of the fire to your house. So we do look at those tools as well as public education and the after action reviews that we get from these major fires, which we're seeing is as it's no more the 100-year flood or the fire in Alberta. We're seeing it happen every year in different regions. So we do look at it. Things like, sprinklers and that type of stuff, that would be, again, we'd have to look at that, and we'd need a resolution from council or a bylaw on that if we went down that path as well. So we do look at it, but we lean to the building code for a lot of that stuff too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to round two, Councillor Macon, and I will put you on the list, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Okay, my next question is on the training facilities. So to the east of that site is what I anticipate is going to be a high school and possibly additional grades to that. And south, I'm not sure if it is designated for residential or commercial. So my questions about the training is, what type of training will you do within what you're asking for, and how will that be secured on that site, and what are the impacts to the surrounding neighborhoods? Like, for example, would you expect to be creating smoke in that training? So if you could just speak to the training portion of what you're asking for.
For sure. Your worship, to council me. So when we did look at that, so when we say live fire training facility, a lot of it isn't the live fire. Very small portion of it is a live fire because of the smoke and the carcinogens. So there would be what we call a one burn cell in there, and we even have rules and legislation that there's parameters on how big the fire can get, how hot it can get. So a lot of that is controlled through that standard, which we utilize. The other option that we're looking at, so sorry to back up, that would be a Class A, so we can burn. The reason why we have the 1.5 million in there is to also look at what we would call a clean burning facility. So this would be that it's run by propane, so there is no smoke, and it's controlled through a switch. A little more, it does have a few safety features in there that I think are a little better than the standard traditional burning, but a way higher cost. So when we looked at that, the traditional way versus the propane, we really looked at that cost, and that's why that 1.5 million is there to explore that a little further when we get to that stage.
And sorry, security of the site.
So security of the site, all three options are fenced because we are seeing challenges right now. And I mean, with the current hall, we don't have the tower, but we do train out back, and we do have the Vehicle X kind of pit that we have, as well as training on the back tarmac. And we have had challenges in the past. People drive through to cut around. It's not enclosed, so there's people walking through. There's on the vehicles. So this site is fully sealed with a fence for the whole back part of where the training facility would be, as well as the parking.
Okay. And then I also wanted to ask about the ECC. So obviously no emergency management education. But when I think about an ECC for Fort Saskatchewan, if we're having a flood or the city of Fort Saskatchewan is at risk of fire or something is happening in the plants, I don't imagine our ECC is going to be located in the municipality for our own emergency. Is that fair? Like, when would we utilize it for our own emergency?
Your Worship, Councillor Megan. So it would be in our city. It would depend on the scale of the type of event. So I foresee us using it a lot more based on the comparators that we looked at when we reached out. I would say we're not activating enough currently. And that is because there isn't a dedicated place or space with equipment and plugs and all the stuff that you need to go with to run an ECC for that muscle memory with our staff. And for example, we could have part of the city being evacuated due to a gas main or a flood, but we still have business continuity to do in the city. So the EOC might be activated to maybe only a level 3. There's a lot of different things we would use it for, parades, different functions. This would give us the ability to have RCMP, MES, health, a lot of our other places come in and have those discussions on what you need for this event. Currently, we struggle with the space right now. That's the biggest thing and where it is. The ECC was in the basement here at City Hall, and it was the IT computer lab. And when we met with our industry partners, for anything major from them, this building would be probably wiped out or be in a shelter in place. So it would be hard to get staff here to run the ECC if this was in a shelter in place. So we've currently moved the ECC to one of the rooms at the DCC, the Dow, temporary, just so we can, again, look at that a little closer. And then the idea was to have it in the fire hall as option 3, and again, give that standalone piece. We recently, I'm the chair of Enercare, so working with them as well, we've had a lot of discussions with industry as well, I won't speak too much, but the comments that we received back was some of their ECCs are in Calgary or other areas, but for more of the smaller local things, they'd be very interested in working with us based that they're inside the municipality and they're required to do it as per our bylaws. So we'd have more of that relationship with a dedicated ECC that we would have the ability to activate.
Okay, can you maybe just clarify a little bit more for me when you say utilize it more often? Because when I think of us using an ECC space and like in the last 20 years, like for Fort Saskatchewan, like has there been a disaster where we've needed an ECC space? But I feel like you're saying that there could be a whole bunch of smaller emergencies that we would utilize it more for, or are you just talking meeting space? Because I'm struggling between, and I'll tell you why, I'm just struggling between concept 2 and concept 3. And I think like concept 2, where you have an ECC that's kind of duly used as other things, having a standalone ECC, I'm really struggling with understanding why we need that all the time when an actual disaster emergency is few and far between.
Your Worship, Councillor Megan. So what we have in emergency management is different levels. And you're right, high risk, probably low activation for the big. However, the risk is there. And so through emergency management, you have your your type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's those smaller ones I'm speaking about that we would utilize more and have that collaboration across the city departments and industry when we look at that. As far as the dedicated piece versus the non-dedicated, this gives us the ability to teach our own staff courses year-round, run exercise year-round. We're legislated to do that through the lemur, that our staff has to be trained to a certain level. So this gives us the ability to do that. And then again, it's not a different place every time we're activating for our staff that don't know we're over here maybe for this, and then we could be over here for this ECC activation. So having that ability to have that dedicated piece where everybody knows where they're going and the equipment's there and they're utilizing that through the year is that benefit. And then that's the smaller pieces of that. We, again, like I said, we'd also work with Enercare. Enercare currently uses the Scotiabank room at the DCC. With discussion with them, that would move to the fire hall. So there would be more meetings for outside agencies to come in and utilize that, the training component, the exercise component. And then the other piece is it disrupts, I guess, that business continuity for the day-to-day in the fire hall. If it's not dedicated, if I'm running a fire course where we're teaching our firefighters how to do vehicle extrication, and let's say we had to activate because we had to evacuate some condos, which I know has happened here, it could be that could last 3 months. Where we're activated to a level 2 and we need people in there for support. So the business continuity piece for the day-to-day, the fire staff wouldn't be able to use that classroom to continue the training for those 3 months. So just as an example. But
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris on round 2.
This is a question for Mr. Fleming. Mr. Fleming, this is a major decision, and I quite frankly support Concept 3. I'm not surprised by the price. I think ultimately that's what we're going to end up building because I think it makes sense. But at this point in time, there's a lot of information and a lot of questions the council has, as you can see from today. And the stuff that Councillor Macon just asked about, the Emergency Operations Center. I had a chance to sit in the one in Calgary. You want to see an ECC. That is the Skookum one. It's great. Anyways, bottom line is there an opportunity that we can actually move this into it would be a budget working session on this particular project? Because this is critical for the future of our community. We need something this size, or even bigger, quite frankly, going forward, in my opinion. And I think we have the ability to pay. It's the second largest capital project we're going to see in the next little while. This one just slightly behind the pool. But I think we have to consider it, as I said, holistically, so that we can do that sooner rather than later. Is there an opportunity to have an actual budget working session so that we can get all of these questions on the table to consider it in the broader sense? Because right now, I think I'd be prepared to move this motion, but we've got 6 councillors here, not 7, and it could be defeated on a 3-3 tie because I'm not sure how everybody else sees it. If I could convince everybody to go with it, let's just move forward and just start the planning, get the planning done. Then ultimately, it'll be up to the next council to determine putting it actually into place. But do you see any value in doing that? Because I don't know whether we're at the right place and time right now with this scoping study that's been done.
So through your worship, you can, I don't know about a budget working session, but we have done up some wording based on feedback from Councillor Kelly about a referral to a committee of the whole meeting. And he's been provided with wording for that. I can email it to all of council now too, anyone who wishes to move such a referral. And then I would say you can either just flat out refer it to a committee of the whole meeting, or you can refer it if there's instructions or additional information, like if council's looking for anything else out of administration, you can do that as well. So both of those options exist. There isn't a specific time frame or a deadline that we're working towards with this. We know that we're not meeting the service levels outside of the 10-minute response zone for the current hall. But there's no requirement for us to address that on any specific timeline.
Well, I realize our agendas over the next month or so, based on our agenda review yesterday, are pretty full. But this is an incredibly important decision to make, and I don't want to refer it and I don't want to put it off, but I don't want to lose it on a tied vote. By the same, like I say, I'm prepared to move the motion that's in the report. I don't know how the other members of council feel about it. So if not, then we're going to basically have to have it in a discussion context where we can pretty much be comfortable that we have all the pieces of the puzzle on the table to everybody's satisfaction. And I'd rather see this council deal with it than leave it for the next council. They'll have to make various decisions relative to the budget. There's no question about it. But I can see moving this into the 2026 budget based on the information that will come out of this. But I don't know if we're there right now, and I can't speak for anybody else. I'm prepared to move the motion and see where it goes, but I don't want to lose it.
So I'll just maybe, you didn't ask a question there, but if it's okay, I'll make two comments. One is, if council refers this to a specific committee of the whole meeting, we will move things around and accommodate it. Because once it becomes a direction of council, it will happen. And then the second thing, and it's still relevant to the decision, but the decision isn't the final decision on this hall, right? Council's, right. It'll be a future council, but their future council, the next council still has the final decision on whether or not this project proceeds. So, because we do have a two-step capital budget.
Okay, well, we can go around and around. I don't want to cut off anybody from asking questions, but as I said, I'm prepared to put it on the table for discussion, debate, and a vote, and see where it goes. And then ultimately, we're going to continue to have discussions on this, even if this passes. And if it doesn't, well, then I guess then it can be referred for that level of discussion. But I'm prepared to put it on the table.
Okay, so I've still got myself and Councillor Kelly on round 2. So I'm going to suggest let those questions go through, and then I'll come through and allow you to do the motion. So procedurally, the way it would work, if the motion passed, then it goes forward. If it were to be a 3-3 and fail, then there could be a referral motion that could be put on after that. So that would be the process. Okay,
fair enough.
So I've got myself and Councillor Kelly. So I guess just my comments, and being around for as long as I have, and I beat everybody in this room for working for the city for the longest in here. Over the years, there have been a number of EOC activations. When I worked for the city over in Public Works, I actually participated in one. I was also in your one downstairs in City Hall. And I do believe you also activated when we had the condo association that was being evacuated. So those are only the ones I know of. But in none of those did the mayor have to call a state of emergency. So I maybe wasn't aware of all of the other ones that went on with that. So that's just for your information. And I remember the fire out east of us in our limits. So those are some that historically we lose that institutional knowledge about what goes on, and we've had a few fire chiefs since then too. So, you should have those in your back pocket when it comes to back in my day, EOC activation, ECC activation. So, I'm comfortable in getting something moving along. I think even just approving some design work moves something forward, and it gives us, I do believe, there's more work that's going to be done with this. So, but for me, I'm thinking, this is going to be a 50-year building, not just for the next 5 years. So, I just wanted to give some of the institutional knowledge, so you can write those down for the ones that are here for way long away. Okay, Councillor Kelly, I did have you down on a round 2.
Yes, thank you. I appreciated Councillor Harris's comments. I think he read the room well. He had the same reading that I have. I'm not in favor of passing this particular resolution because the resolution is to design option 3. And I don't think there's a majority of council here yet in place to support option 3. I'm not at all convinced that today that moving this forward 1 month or 2 months to a future committee of the whole meeting will allow administration enough time to come up with a report that answers the many questions that council rightfully has. I'm looking for information on the offsite levies. I listened as closely as I could to the comments on future staffing requirements. It was not part of our report, unfortunately. I could not read it on my screen. And quite frankly, the comments revolving around 1.2, 1.25, 1.5 totally left me in the dark. So I have no idea what the total cost of the fire hall is projected to be 5 years out. I do know that over the last 7 years and the future 5 years, that the population of our city, while it has grown, it certainly hasn't doubled or tripled in size. And we have to try to make a decision that is economic and also serves the needs of the community. And the needs of the community also include things like prevention as opposed to just outright response. So I'm going to suggest that, and I'd like Mayor Katcher that suggest that rather than have Councillor Harris put forward the motion and have it stalled 3-3, if in fact that did happen, and I don't know if it would for certain. But if it did, I think that leaves a negative image of what's going on in this council meeting. I would like to suggest that the referral motion would come forward first. And if the referral motion passes, then we know where we go. If the referral motion does not pass, then we know that the motion for the proposal in front of us has a lot bigger chance of actually passing. So I do think the referral motion should come first. And I would like your comments, Mayor Katcher, please.
Okay, well, I have to go to Councillor Harris. He's asked to put a motion on to test it, so I have to go to him.
Well, Councillor Kelly, I understand where you come from. I have lots of questions, and I think ultimately that's why I asked a question about the working session. But by the same token, we can go around and around and around in this kind of environment, which I think is counterproductive in many regards, because we don't necessarily capture everything the right way in the right time. But I am committed to the fact that I think option 3 or concept 3 is something that should be built in that location sooner rather than later. And then that's why I asked the question about what's going to happen with the existing hall, because obviously I think as our community grows to its current geographic boundaries, ultimately 2 stations will probably be required. And having spent time in Strathcona County, when I first got there, they had Hall 1, then they built Hall 2, and then they built Hall 3, the Heartland.
Councillor Harris, I don't mean to interrupt, but my question was to Mayor Katcher, and it was a specific question, had nothing to do with your observations that you are more than capable of sharing once you make the motion. So let me finish my comments then, please.
Well, Councillor, the mayor asked me in relation to that, and I was just trying to preface it in relation whether or not I would make put the recommendation on the table.
Point of order, Mayor Katcher. Point of order.
So I'm going to go back. You can make your comments, but I will be going back to Councillor Harris to either make a motion or not. So he did speak first to that, so you can go ahead and finish your comments.
Okay, thank you. Fair enough. I think rather than a committee of the whole referral, that it might make sense for administration to schedule for this. And I appreciate and agree with Councillor Harris's comment that I do think that this council, the end of 4 years rather than at the start of the first 6 months of a 4-year term, might be better capable of handling the questions. I think that the proper time for council to discuss this in depth would be when all of the information is available. And we set aside a defined time to deal with this subject only so that administration and the fire chief and whomever can get into a room and with a report that allows us to address all of our questions. And I'm thinking, when I think along those lines, I'm thinking that it would be a day during our summer recess, where we set aside a day specifically for this subject alone, probably toward the end of August as we're all preparing to come off of summer recess. So those are my comments, and Councillor Harris, go ahead, but I'll be voting against your motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Harris.
Well, interesting conversation. I appreciate all points of view, but I'm going to move that council amend the 2025 capital budget by adding capital project 25025 Helmuth Rither Fire Station in the amount of $2,089,500 to be funded from the LGFF capital grant for the purpose of completing detailed design for concept 3.
Okay, you can speak to your motion.
Yeah, I guess, there are lots of questions that we really do need answers for, but I guess ultimately moving forward with this project it probably makes sense in my mind. I think the time has arrived for this level of build, but we need to get some additional information. That's why I was asking the question of the working session. It is a budget discussion. So my question is, when are we doing budget for 2026? But let's put it on, see where it goes. If it fails, then we can go somewhere else.
Okay, thank you. The motion is open for discussion and debate. We've had lots of discussion. Councillor Macon.
I thought a referral motion was coming on right now. Do we have to vote against this before he refers it?
Yeah.
Okay, then thank you for that clarification. I won't support the motion, and that does not mean that I don't support concept 3. I just, as a member of this council, I want to have all the information. And to be fair, we did only just get this report very recently. So I would like to take more time to digest it, to digest the comments here today, and to just close some of the loops on the questions that have come up.
Okay, and just parliamentary, I think I erred in that after a motion comes on, there could be a referral that comes, correct?
To your, excuse me, to your worship, referral could be made while a motion's on the floor. It would be taken from the table. If it's being referred to a committee of the whole, I would maybe recommend that the resolution be dealt with. A referral can be made after this motion.
Okay, so I was right.
Fails.
Okay,
yeah.
Great. Just wanted clarification. Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I absolutely agree with comments that were made by Councillor Kelly. I believe that voting against this motion is going to be given a negative notion on it, which I think it's not really the true picture. A lot of questions have been asked, and I just really want to thank the fire chief and the deputy and the consultants. I know that it's a lot of work that has been put into this process, but there are also a lot of questions and concerns that need to be addressed. And for me personally, honestly, when I was reading the report, I thought it was very well laid out. But when I saw the final recommendation, I was a little surprised by the recommendations. I was expecting something else. So I really need to, I'm a huge supporter of fire services. I think that it's important for us to future-proof our cities, emergency services, and of course the city is going to continue to grow. We know what the projection says, and it's important for us to make sure that we have, top-notch services. However, with the request for decision in front of us, I just can't support what's in front of me because I need to make full sense of what is in front of me. So again, I wouldn't support the motion. I really wished we could get a referral motion on the floor and vote on that rather than vote against the request that has been brought forward by the fire department.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for all your work on this, and the three concepts are great. We're going to need a future expanded fire services in Fort Saskatchewan. I do have to agree with some of the comments that have been made by fellow council members as well, and you must be able to appreciate that we did get this package on Thursday with three options for up to a $25 million capital expenditure, with that accompanies a $2.5 million or $2.3 million staffing request in the future. So to err on the side of prudence, I think it's in the best interest if council was able to contemplate this a little bit further and have some more questions asked. I also, and I don't know if it was in the report or not, but I did make the assumption and read the report, but I did make the assumption that this was going to accompany a request for more vehicular units immediately if that demand was there, and that's probably embedded somewhere in the master plan. But we've been given quite a substantial amount of information. So based on that, I'd like some time and more information before being able to make a solid decision. And who knows, this might come to pass sooner rather than later. But hopefully we can get it done in a timely manner, as Councillor Harris mentioned, so that it doesn't get pushed over to 2026 council for first order of business after an orientation. So,
okay, thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor Katcher. I'm prepared to make a referral motion once this motion fails. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to Councillor Harris.
Well, I'm prepared to withdraw my motion, and we can deal with referral. I think ultimately we do need to have more discussion, and there is more information to be gathered, and I hope that we're all committed to doing that in as prudent a manner as possible. So I would support what Councillor Kelly is trying to accomplish. So I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, so I'll just ask for consensus if there's anybody who objects to him withdrawing. I don't think so. So we'll consider the motion withdrawn. So I'll go to you, Councillor Kelly, for a referral motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Katcher. Mr. Fleming indicated that I do have a couple options for a referral motion. The issue I have as I sit here right now is that I'm not sure that it makes sense to refer this to 1 month out, because I'm not sure that administration would have the time to gather or garner the information and put a report together. It's also entirely possible that as the information is passed on to council, it might lead to other meaningful questions that require more input from the city administration. So what I'd like to suggest, and I'm spitballing as I go here, that we refer it to a date to be set by administration and give administration to the next council meeting, which is 2 weeks away, to bring back a recommendation on setting a date to deal with this particular subject. So if we could put that on the table, I'll let administration cobble with trying to draft a motion around that. So I'm going to refer it back to administration to come back to council, setting a date and a program or agenda for a meeting to discuss within council this particular problem, and administration to come back with that agenda 2 weeks from today. Okay. And they could set a date in the future at some point in time. Does that make sense, first of all?
Okay, I'm going to go to Mr. Fleming. I know Mr. Kaiser's trying to draft something as you're speaking, but I'm going to go to Mr. Fleming.
Sorry, Your Worship, I was reading something sent to me about this, and I missed the question. But it sounds like you're going to leave it with us to schedule when we can be back, essentially, right?
My referral motion will be to refer it to yourself or administration, Troy, and administration to come back to council 2 weeks from today. In other words, our next regular scheduled council meeting, with a proposed agenda and a time for a meeting to discuss this subject only, because I think it's a very significant subject and it warrants more than an hour in a committee of the whole meeting.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
That works for me. We can do a short report for the meeting 2 weeks from now. And what we will do is propose a time. It may or may not involve scheduling a special council meeting. Just because I've heard some different things, I want to confirm though, this is meant to be an open session discussion of council, right? Like I don't think it hits any FOIP. Yeah, okay. And then what I'd probably also will attempt to do is make a bullet point list of, because I've also heard, well, there's all these questions that we want answered, and we'd probably like some clarity as to what those questions are. They don't need to be precise, but like I've heard, sorry, I was sending it around here. I've heard what's happening to the existing station, staffing, levies, discussion on building standards. Like I'm going to need to confirm with council that we're not missing anything that is expected when we come back. So, but I can do that in 2 weeks from now.
Okay, so that would be to the March 25th.
Yeah, for now, I guess you're just referring it to March 25th. That's a good point. Yep.
Okay, so we can just keep it simple. Just give Mr. Kaiser a moment. Do you have anything further that you want to say on your referral motion, or are you good once it comes up?
Well, I'm waiting. I'm actually waiting for the motion, and then at that time I'll read it, and I may have another comment or two, Mayor Catcher.
Okay, I think it's coming up. Oh.
Apologies to administration for winging this on the fly.
No problem. Councillor Kelly, I probably drafted 10 different motions, and this is the Frankenstein result of those 10. So it might contain far more detail than you're hoping for, or not enough. If you don't mind reviewing and making sure it reflects your intent. There might be some phrasing errors in there because of all the copy pasting. Say again?
Yeah, that's a lot more than I was hoping for or asking for. Further administration to prepare a report outlining the I'm reading aloud, sorry.
So Councillor Kelly, I just recommended he cut off some of the specifics that were at the end and leave it more generic. So this just refers it to March 25th. And with a...
And we understand each other between myself, the rest of council, and yourself, Mr. Fleming, that you're going to give it some thought, your team, and come back with essentially a proposed plan of action for council to deal with this in an informed and timely manner.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm good, Mayor Catcher.
Okay, did you wish to speak to it? Are you good?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, referral is open for discussion and debate. I do have a couple questions though. Okay, we've had a very wholesome discussion, debate, information that we have received here today. And what I'm hearing is would the report on the old fire hall not come forward anyway at a later time? I guess that's the first question that I have. And at the end of the day, would your recommendation change? I'll give that to Mr. Fleming.
Yeah, through your worship, I would like to go through the process with the team and have a discussion on this. I don't think it would change, but again, I would like to leave the door open for some flexibility there. Things like we're not going to go away and do a comprehensive study on the condition of the current fire hall. That's not where we're at. it'd probably end up being a page or two on our thoughts of what the future of that building might be. We can talk about some of the deficiencies that we have there and whatnot, but it'll be that type of information. It's not going to be
Okay, and
detailed
then as
study.
far as the off-site levies, you've already answered that it doesn't impact it if you start doing design now.
Yeah, some of this stuff, so levies is coming back. I believe that's we're aiming for June. No matter what size or scope you choose, it likely won't impact sort of the percentage of the recovery amount that we're going to go for, and that we'll recommend to council no matter which fire hall you choose, you go forward with the levies. So perhaps what we can do in that case is show a couple different scenarios of what the tax impact would be under different concepts with the levy amount. I'm thinking as I go here, so.
Okay, that's fine. Just so everybody knows that I will vote against the referral motion because I think we had a very holistic and very wholesome report that was provided to us. We have had the information, we have had questions asked and answered over and over. And I don't believe the recommendation will change as this comes forward. So for me, personally, I just don't see referring it, but that's why we have multiple people on council. So anybody else on discussion and debate? Councillor Kelly on close?
I don't think all of the questions were answered, Mayor Catcher. And I do look forward to a much more informed, thoughtful discussion on the future of the fire services within Fort Saskatchewan over the next 10 or 15 or 25 years. So I look forward to the report and the discussion, and call the question, please.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please cast your vote on the referral. And the motion is carried 5-1. Do we need a little break? Yeah, I think everybody needs a comfort break. We're at 5:16. Let's come back at 5:30. That's 15 minutes. Okay, it's okay. It's 5:30. Shh. Okay, it's 5:30. She's 5:30. So we'll return from recess and go into item 7.1, printing ballots and lots for 2025 municipal election. Andrew Kaiser presenting.
Good afternoon again, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Andrew Kaiser, and I'm the city's Director of Legislative Services, but also the city's returning officer for the purposes of the municipal election. I am here to present the findings outlined in administration's information report on the feasibility of printing ballots in lots for the 2025 municipal general election. On November 26, 2024, Council passed a resolution directing administration to investigate the viability of printing ballots in lots as permitted by the Local Authorities Election Act, or the LAEA. Section 43 of the LAEA specifies that candidates' names on the ballot are to be arranged alphabetically by surname, as you can see on the screen. All ballots to be used in the election are to be printed in the same way. However, Section 43 goes on to provide an alternative approach, which allows ballots to be printed in multiple lots, so that the order of candidate names rotates from one ballot to the next. So, as you can see on the slide, the first ballot lot is printed in the standard alphabetical order. The next ballot lot would be printed so that the candidate which appeared first in lot number 1 is now moved to the last position. And by consequence, all the other candidate names are moved up in position. This means that the candidate which appeared second in lot 1 is now first in lot 2. And the pattern continues so that candidates continue to cycle in order on the ballot. And the ballots are printed in as many lots as there are candidates. So as set out in the example on the screen, there are 4 candidates. Therefore, there are 4 different lots of ballots printed. By printing ballots in lots, there are an equal number of ballots with each candidate appearing in the top position. So some of the primary considerations during our review was whether the proposed change would have any operational or budgetary impacts for the upcoming election. As you are aware, the recent Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act amended the LAEA so that the use of vote counting machines was prohibited, meaning all ballots in the fall election will be hand counted. The efficiency and integrity of the count is our top priority, so the Legislative Services team conducted a test to ensure printing in lots would maintain the integrity of the count and also didn't affect the time to produce results. The test used 2 sets of 150 ballots. One was printed alphabetically, and the second was printed in multiple lots in accordance with the LAEA. The test ballots used 15 different candidate names, meaning 15 different lots were produced. Both sets of ballots were marked in a consistent manner, and each set included the same number of ballots with errors, as this would help us identify whether printing in lots affected detecting rejected ballots. After counting both sets by hand, the test demonstrated that there was no difference in the time or accuracy in counting. Another top consideration for our team is whether printing in lots would affect the cost to print the ballots. Administration has already selected a vendor for printing ballots for the upcoming election, and we confirmed with said vendor that the cost would not change if the ballots were printed in multiple lots, as this is simply a digital process that they implement at the time of printing. Next, we looked to see if there were any academic studies examining whether ballot name order impacted voter perception or election outcomes. A notable 1998 study detailed in the report before you analyzed 118 races from elections that were held in Ohio in 1992. And I know that sounds like a while ago, but now that we're hand counting, really, the election processes haven't changed for a few hundred years. So the study found that name order effects were statistically significant in nearly half of the races, and in close contests, candidate listed first on the ballot could gain an advantage of up to 2.33% purely due to their position on the ballot. The study also stated that randomizing or rotating names, such as printing ballots in lots, can reduce the positional bias by mitigating the primacy effect, which is a cognitive bias where individuals remember information they receive first far better than information they receive later. In essence, the research suggested that printing ballots in lots helps ensure no candidate benefits disproportionately from being listed first. Lastly, we did a jurisdictional scan to determine how many other municipalities print their ballots in lots. There are no municipalities in the immediate region that do so, but the towns of Canmore, Peace River, and Jasper all choose to print their ballots in lots. And in speaking with all of those municipalities, their returning officers, they reported no undue administrative or financial burdens and found it to be a neutral or positive impact on their election process. That concludes my presentation, and should council wish to adopt the practice of printing ballots in lots for the next election, administration would require direction from council to draft a bylaw which amends the election bylaw. And although it's not included in the information report, I do have a motion prepared if any member of council would wish to make such a motion. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, so we'll go to questions first and motion after. Councillor Harris?
You pretty well, I liked your report, and given that I raised this issue about equity and fairness in the whole electoral process, that's why I was asking for it. So I don't really have any questions. I'd be prepared to move that forward because I really think it comes down to a fairness issue. And even though only a few municipalities do it, I'd be surprised if more probably don't look at it for the same reasons why I brought it up to begin with, and for a lot of the reasons that you brought up in your particular report. So I'd be prepared to move it if and when, but I'm sure people have some questions, and I'd back off from that.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Councillor Abatoye?
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Kaiser. My first question is around the study that you used in your request for decision. As you rightly said, 1992, that's 23 years ago, that this study was conducted. And I mean, from the study, it says that there's a 2.33%, there's a chance for a 2.33% advantage, which in my opinion is absolutely insignificant. Aren't there, or couldn't you find more studies that were more recent that could be a bit more convincing, and maybe even numbers that are a bit more convincing than 2%?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, there were multiple research papers on this topic, but none that had the same scale of analysis and depth in data. We didn't find any.
Were there studies in opposition to this opinion?
Oh, sorry. Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, I didn't find any research to indicate that there's a negative to printing ballots in lots or anything to the contrary of the findings of the study that we included in our report.
Okay, thank you. And just my final question is, so your report has stated that, you know, printing the ballots in lots makes sense. But my question is, what problem are we really trying to solve, you know, with this change, you know? And I'm not trying to get into debates, but I'm just thinking about the new electoral process, the new changes that residents have to deal with in this new election. We should be educating them about those changes, not creating more barriers. So what problem are we really trying to solve? Because, again, I don't want to get into a debate because people will always have disproportionate advantage depending on what and where and how. But what problem are we really trying to solve here?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, this was a direction received in the fall from council when we brought forward the election bylaw for adoption. So as for the problem that's trying to be solved, I mean, we're responding to direction of council. But I will say that I am also sensitive to those same concerns you raised, voter perception and maybe any impacts it would have to the election. which is why we looked at academia to see whether or not there were any definitive findings on this topic, and of course assess the operational impacts, because at its face, we thought that it might affect counting times. And actually, just from speaking to my peers around the province, they had the same perception that, oh, it would increase the complexity of the ballots and therefore it would be harder to count. But of course, you have to comprehensively analyze every ballot to determine whether it should be rejected and then count accordingly. So it's the exact same process. We found it didn't impact count times or accuracy of results. So I suppose that's all I have to say on that.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser.
Okay, so question that I have, how many votes were cast last time? And it based at 2.33%, because I know one person lost by like 14 votes, and the previous election somebody lost by like 27 votes. So how many, what would be the number based on that?
That's a fantastic question. I don't have my spreadsheet right in front of me, but I do have that data of how many ballots were cast per race. All in ballots were about, I think, 8,500. That includes school board trustee, the mayoral race, as well as the race for councillors. In terms of the margins and how it would affect, there's different rules surrounding recounts and such. I'm not sure actually the percent between the last two candidates, so to speak. I could look back and get that information though.
I remember them, so.
Oh, okay.
Pardon? 0.09. Yeah. Okay, great, thanks. Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, thank you. Just one quick question, Andrew. Printing the ballots in random order, I think, makes sense. Administratively, how will you handle getting the ballots in random order to the polling stations?
Sure. So through your worship to Councillor Kelly, although it appears as though the names are random, it's actually prescribed that you follow a sequential order and that the first name is moved to the last one and they're moved accordingly through the lots. And the LAEA goes on to specify that ballot, I think it refers to them as tablets, which is basically the sleeve of ballots to be distributed during the election. They have to be in the order of the sequentially moved names. So it's not a true scramble, but each sleeve of ballots is one after another, the sequential order of printing in lots. That is the most equitable way of ensuring that each candidate's name appears at the top of the ballot in an equal number of ballots. I think I expressed that correctly, but it's a digital process at printing so that each sleeve of ballots is scrambled effectively.
Great answer. I didn't realize that, and thank you. You answered my question completely.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Harris for a motion. Did you have a motion drafted? I thought you said you had one.
It's just going to get put up on the screen here.
Great. This is about what I thought we'd have. That Council direct administration prepare a bylaw to amend the elections bylaw C-2224 so that all ballots are to be printed in lots pursuant to section 43.3 of the Local Authorities Election Act, and that the bylaw be brought back no later than the end of Q2 2025.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, I do. And Councillor Abatoy asked if we were trying to solve a problem. And I said, no, I don't think we're trying to solve a problem. I think what we're trying to do is ensure that there's equity and fairness in the distribution of the ballots. Because there is, as was evidenced by some of the research that that Legislative Services did conduct, and there's probably more. We could dig deeper if you really wanted to. But I think it ultimately did show that it's about equity, and it doesn't interfere with the electoral counting process at all. I've had the opportunity to be a returning officer in at least 2 municipal elections and counted many, many ballots. And I think the process is pretty good. Even if we had tabulators, it could be programmed accordingly. But in this context, we're doing it manually, and I think ultimately it ensures the fairness so that we can say to the voting public that nobody has an unfair advantage. We've got the same advantage.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I'm going to be voting against this motion, and I voted against it the first time it came forward. I'm going to vote against it again because it just doesn't make sense to me. The reason why only 3 municipalities in Alberta out of 257 municipalities are doing it is because it just doesn't make sense. And the study that has been brought before us says that there may be an advantage. So it's in the best scenario, it's just an assumption that there is an advantage. I believe that, especially in a year like this, where we have new election processes to follow, we need to be focused on educating the residents and not creating new ways for people or adding new barriers. A part of the study that was shared said that, and I read, it says that Miller and Krosnick emphasized that ballot position effects are especially pronounced when voters have limited knowledge about a race or its candidates. I believe that this motion is an insult to the people of Fort Saskatchewan because I believe that we have an educated residents in our city. So as a result of that, I wouldn't support the motion. I think that the process we already have works. The current process we have works. And again, we need to be focusing on getting more people to the ballots, get them out there to vote, rather than looking for more ways to add some barriers. And I'm going to leave you at that. I will not be voting in favor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I'll support the motion. I think that at the end of the day, all the candidates' names are on the ballot. And if you are there and you know who you're going to vote for, those names are there regardless of the order. But I think that it's been shown that this will not cause a ton of issues for the city. It won't cause any more money. And at the end of the day, if it creates some better voter confidence in the process, then why not? And to be fair, if you're looking at the information that was presented and the study that showed that it could affect it by 2.33% of the votes, I should say, that would have actually had a serious impact on the councillors elected. The possibility would be that somebody on our council might not be on this council. So I do think that this has merit, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with strengthening our process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything further on discussion and debate? If not, Councillor Harris to close.
I guess by doing this, we're all first on the ballot at some point. So, nothing more.
Okay, thank you. The motion is closed. Please cast your vote. Motion is carried 5-1. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move right along to Water Tower Mural. Paul Edgington.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. I'm here today to talk about the Water Tower mural. And as you folks know, the Water Tower is recognized as both a city landmark and source of community pride here within the community. So the purpose of my report today is to present options for council to consider regarding the reinstallation of a mural on the Water Tower. This work, as directed by council, would be incorporated as part of the approved project scope for Capital Project 25008 Water Tower Refurbishment, which was approved as part of the 2025 capital budget program. In front of you, I have a bit of a presentation overview, starting with some history and background on the water tower and how the mural that currently exists today came to be. Talk a little bit about our public engagement policy and framework here at the city. Two options that have been identified by administration for council's consideration, as well as administration's recommendation and next steps. So if you look to the photo on the left, that would have been what the water tower looked like pre-1995. The water tower was constructed in 1956 and then repainted with a mural inspired by a community contest in 1995. The mural today symbolizes unity and community spirit, enhancing the city's identity. And in 2016, the tower was recognized as a landmark with symbolic value. And in 2025, a refurbishment project was approved and is planned to start this spring, which is what brings me here before you this evening. As part of the water tower refurbishment project, the exterior of the water tower needs to be recoated and repainted to address corrosion. This means the mural on the tower will also need to be replaced. And this project is scheduled to occur between July 1st and September 30th of this year to ensure that the quality of the work is not compromised by colder temperatures. So how might we go about replacing the mural on the water tower? So to answer that question, administration first started with consultation of Council Public Engagement Policy GOV-006-C and its supporting framework, which we have a supporting public engagement framework. And through that work, administration identified 3 benefits of conducting public engagement. The first was public engagement ensures an open and inclusive mural repainting process and includes stakeholders throughout the community. It will ensure that community viewpoints help identify challenges and propose new potential mural concepts, as well as to eventually support council in making an informed decision on the replacement of the water tower mural. I do want to note that the public engagement framework overall is a pretty useful tool in determining the desired level of public engagement, which is impacted both by the purpose of the engagement and the type of decision to be made. The project scope, overall complexity, profile and visibility of the project, level of potential concern from the community, and overall impact to citizens were taken into account in determining what the appropriate level of public engagement might be in regards to the water tower project. And with that assessment, administration was able to identify 2 options. The first is to consult community groups on minor mural amendments to the existing water tower mural, and the second is to involve the community in determining the next mural concept. So delving into the first one, option A, consulting community groups on minor mural amendments. When we talk about consult in regards to public engagement, what we're talking about is engaging the public in 2-way communication where information is shared and opportunities for public feedback are provided. It requires a response from the public but offers a limited opportunity for public dialogue. Examples of this engagement approach for consult include interviews, focus groups, and small group meetings. This option would direct administration to develop a public engagement plan to consult select community groups in making minor amendments to the existing mural, preserving its themes of unity and community spirit while aligning better with contemporary community values. The following community groups would be consulted for this option: the Fort Black Society, Multicultural Association, Indigenous Society, Indigenous Regeneration Society, and the Kabbasik Society. Some strengths of pursuing option A is that it allows administration to start a refurbishment project on time, allowing it to start in July and complete in September before the colder weather hits. It allows administration to consult with community groups that may be impacted by the amendments to the existing water tower mural. And it also allows the community to maintain a community sense of pride that they may have in the existing water tower mural. Some challenges with this option is that it is a limited engagement scope, only focusing on 5 of the community groups that I've noted in the report. There are some time constraints in that it would only provide administration 3 months to engage those 5 groups and then make those amendments to the design so that could be installed starting in July. And balancing diverse opinions, engaging with the community stakeholders as we selected is bound to have a bit of conflict, and with conflict comes challenges in balancing diverse opinions. For the second option, involve the community in determining the next mural concept. What we mean by involve in regards to public engagement is meaning working directly with the public throughout the process to ensure that the issues, aspirations, and concerns are consistently understood. In this option, the public has more influence on decision making, and public feedback is analyzed and incorporated into alternatives and outcomes. Examples of this engagement approach may include workshops, roundtables, brainstorming, and design charrettes. This option would direct administration to develop a public engagement plan, utilizing tools and techniques at the involved level to engage the community in identifying the next mural concept. So some strengths here is that it's more increased community influence, and that we're engaging a broader spectrum of the community in regards to what a next mural concept may look like. Through that engagement, it provides more shared ownership on what the end outcome of a future mural might look like on the water tower, and it allows community to provide perspectives and incorporate it into the actual design instead of administration just hearing their feedback and incorporating from our perspective. Some challenges is that it would extend the timeline, requesting that administration move this project into 2026 to give administration ample time to conduct the public engagement across a broader spectrum and do the design and be ready for next year's water tower refurbishment. And reaching consensus, as with option A or option B, whenever we're engaging a broader spectrum of the community, conflict will arise, and reaching consensus becomes a bit more difficult. So in considering a recommendation, administration is recommending that council direct administration to involve the community for the next water tower mural, which is proceeding with option B. Option B allows more time and increases community engagement, which helps to mitigate risks around both public perception and public relations. So in regards to the public perception risk, a risk exists that the amended and or chosen mural design does not resonate or is not well received by the community. In regards to a public relations risk, a risk exists that the amended and or chosen mural design receives negative backlash both within and outside the community, potentially resulting in negative publicity for the municipality. The involved level of public engagement, or option B, is presented, helps to obtain feedback from the community and involve them in developing solutions for what the new mural design may be, thereby mitigating those risks. If the recommendation is approved, administration requests council to carry forward capital project 25008 into 2026. And next steps, once council chooses an option and directs administration would develop a public engagement plan to support council's direction. We would conduct public engagement and collaborate with internal subject matter experts on the future mural design. We would explore the feasibility and costs of installing programmable lights. This was something that was brought up as part of the 2025 capital budget request for the water tower refurbishment. More work needs to be done to explore whether or not that makes sense in regards to future application on whatever the future mural may be. And as always, we will keep council updated on the project's progress. With that concludes my presentation. I can take any questions that council might have.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Macon.
Thank you for the presentation. With option B, involve the community in determining the next mural concept. That does include the asking them if they want to keep the current mural all but updated. Your mic's off.
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, that is correct. So we worded that option, the next mural concept. It could include amendments or the exact same mural. It didn't preclude that from being an option if we were to delay and go forward with option B.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you. I'm curious, why was it decided that the mural needed to be changed? And I get it that it needs to be repainted. That in itself does not mean that it needs to be changed.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. So as I noted in the report, and I think as part of the 2025 capital budget request for the water tower refurbishment, because the water tower will need to be repainted and recoated, obviously the existing mural is going away. Administration is seeking direction from council to determine what happens with the mural moving forward. And so, to your point, an option may be that the mural doesn't change it at all, but we are coming today just to determine the next steps and the path forward here with one of the two options as presented.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, Paul, do you know, or can you give us some backstory as to how the current mural came into being, what the process was like, what the impact maybe, and the feedback post design or post implementation to the community was?
Yeah, through your worship, Councillor Nguyen, I did read through all of the archived materials from back then. So as I understand it, and as I know there are people in the room that were either around back then or have more information on it from the administration perspective, so I'll do my best. And if one of my colleagues wants to jump in to help out, that'd be great. But it was started as a community contest. It was open to school children. It was open to artists in the public. There was a committee that of both administrative and community members that got to select the designs. And at the end of the day, the mural that was selected, I forget the name of it, but it was a 13-year-old girl here in town. Her mural was selected, and then it was given, the initial design was given to an artist. An artist then did a rendition of what is on the water tower mural today. My understanding is, and in 2016, when this came forward to council, it was identified as a landmark within the community, not only for its location, but also for the significance of the mural as it stands today.
Yeah, thank you for that overview. And my understanding is that the input and the design of the current characters that we have on there are kind of representative of our community and the people who reside in Fort Saskatchewan, what we do for work, what our interests are, where we came from, and the rest of it. So I appreciate that. I want to ask in option A, how did you shortlist the I think Multicultural Association? And so there's a group of I think 5 societies within Fort Saskatchewan for engagement to potentially amend with limited changes the current design. So I would guess there are a lot of different identities and cultural groups, as well as maybe sports and culture groups that could be added if there were minor changes and we were going to be leaning towards option A. So how exactly did you get to that point, and what would that entail if that was council's direction?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. So great question. We do have a internal working team in regards to this water tower mural. Our community development staff that provide expertise in regards to a potential engagement identified that these are the nonprofit organizations in town that focus on community identity that we're already currently working with. The question to the team was, what was the minimum level of engagement that we would need to do to ensure that if we were to do minor amendments to the existing mural, that the viewpoints from those groups were reflected before any changes were made. And so this is really the minimum level of engagement from those groups that focus on community identity that administration identified as those that should be engaged, and then also given the timeline. We've narrowed it down to 5 to ensure that we're giving ourselves enough time to consult them, hear their feedback, and then also to engage an artist as part of that 3-month timeline from direction today until the beginning of July. We'll need to receive the feedback, make amendments with an artist, and then move it forward for approval.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a significant degree of risk with limiting it to a certain number of groups. This is a very iconic symbol of Fort Saskatchewan currently as it sits with the design. Anyway, I'll have more questions and then some comments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye, questions?
Thank you for your presentation. My first question is around the timeline of option A. I'm actually biased towards option A because I really love that mural the way it is. But I also think it's important for us to engage with the community. So if we were to go with, I guess the first question is, what is the timeline to begin engagements for option B?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye. So if we were to pursue option B, administration would take direction from council if that was the direction. We have an internal working group and we would start work on a public engagement plan. It's going to be a broader public engagement plan. I know we have some resources as approved through the capital charter, but in speaking with our communications department, the plan to develop a public engagement plan of that magnitude would probably take until the end of the year, I believe. And then we would be able to bring that forward and then move forward with an engagement early next year.
Right. So basically, even if the community was like, we want to keep the mural as it is, we still cannot proceed until next year, basically.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, could you just clarify your question, please?
Now, saying that even if we did the engagement and the community was like, we would like to keep the mural as is with just a few tweaks, we wouldn't still be able to move forward until next year with option B. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye. So option B is a broader public engagement, engaging outside of those 5 groups identified with option A, and really would be looking at the scope of the entire community most likely. In different aspects. And so if you're looking at that breadth of an engagement, administration wouldn't be able to move forward with the refurbishment project until next year.
That's correct. Okay, so that was a yes. Thank you. My second question is just back to the conversation of option A and just engaging with just 5 groups. Was there thoughts, was there a consideration of engaging with building bridges? Because I know there's a building bridges group that's involves most of the agencies in the community. So that way it's not just limited to the those 5 groups, but it's a bit larger scope to engage with. And that's for option A.
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, in speaking with the community development staff, our community development staff already work very closely with building bridges. That was not something that was brought up as part of these discussions, but that could be feedback administration could take away.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Is there anything fundamentally wrong with current design? Are there glaring omissions? I mean, can we possibly include everybody in society on the side of a water tower? And the answer to that is probably no. But what we've got there, I'm of the opinion if we're going to do it, just take it all off and repaint the existing mural and not go out to the community. I think the mural has stood the test of time, unless you can tell me it's categorically deficient in some manner.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris. So our internal working team has had some conversations around the significance of the existing water tower mural as no changes in that it is a piece of art. It's been on that since 1995 and it's a beloved piece of the water tower mural that makes it what it is today. And so I'm not one to suggest that there's anything inherently wrong with it. Why administration put forward option A, which is minor amendments, is that there's been a lot that has changed in society since 1995, and there's a lot of groups that are a lot more vocal about their identity in society. And so to incorporate that perspective into the mural instead of to ignore it was was the approach that administration had taken. But to your point, there is an option just to repaint what is currently up there, and that could be, if council directs us to do that, we could proceed that way.
How many discrete individuals are painted on the mural? I'm asking you.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, I should know this, and I don't know it off the top of my head. I'm going to say 5 or 6. I know that my colleagues in the back, I think, have the answer to that. There you go.
I believe it's 11.
There you go.
Right. Do 11 groups that are on our water tower reflect society? And the answer is no. I don't think we have enough space to paint pictures of the entire society. So where do you draw the line is kind of where I'm coming from. Because I honestly am okay with the current mural, and I think ultimately if we redid it, we wouldn't be taking anything away from the vibrancy of our community. Would we miss somebody? Possibly, but I don't know if you can conceivably, because if you go out to the community, I suspect you're going to ask and you're going to hear, all kinds of different things, and they're going to be groups and individuals who won't be satisfied one way, shape, or form. So I'm at a bit of a conundrum in my mind as to where to go with this. So council may have some thoughts, so I'll sit back and wait and listen.
Okay, thanks. Next in the speaking order. It's a piece of artwork. You're absolutely right. But I think most of us in our households don't keep the same piece of art on the wall for 20, 25 years. I know personally I like to change my art around, paint a few walls, do things a little bit different. I guess my only concern, unless you're just tweaking it, to go to option B, you should be going to our seniors population. You should be checking with the schools, because I had a student submit something to me and I had over 600 people, and it was like, oh, that's cute, it's a sheep, so I'm not sure people are as tied to the mural as we think they are. I think it's a piece of artwork, and sometimes it's a good time to just do some change. Personally, I would like to see something more basic, go back to the basics, just putting the name on, and I know we haven't got a motion yet here, but was that considered at all, doing something more basic?
Through your worship, to your worship, administration started this entire process with quite a brainstorm, of which not everything made it to council. But yes, city branding, exclusively just city branding, was considered early on in the process, but it was not one of the options put forward by administration for consideration.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Nguyen on round 2.
I actually really enjoy the idea of using our city name as it includes, or it's inclusive to every resident of Fort Saskatchewan within our geographic boundaries. However, we'll wait for perhaps a motion in that direction if I feel that there's such inclination. I just wanted to ask, because I would really like to see an advancement in the repairs, rehabilitation, and the structural integrity and preservation of this tower sooner rather than later, as we've gone over the report a couple times now, I think. So is it possible to just paint the top of it white, keep it blue on the posts for the time being, go through, if council wants to go through an elaborate process of artwork contests and inclusivity and whatever other avenues to make this really the best piece of art we could have on the mural? Is that something that administration is consider, or would you recommend that approach to get the really the baseline work done right now and then add the mural at a later date?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, so our team did have some conversation about just doing all of the repairs this year and having it stand without a mural for a year, or elements of as you've described. I believe that increases the cost because a lot of the structures and everything that we would need to do the repairs and do the mural are duplicate. So if we're going ahead and doing those repairs and then taking it down and then coming back a year later to do the mural, there would be increased costs, I would imagine. I might defer to my colleague to speak a little bit more on this.
Janelle?
Through your worship, Mr. Edgington is correct. The cost of mobilization would increase because the equipment has to come to the site twice. What we found from our assessment is that the tower did not deteriorate significantly between 2016 and 2024. So we are confident that delaying a year won't significantly compromise the structural integrity of the tower. The work just needs to be done at some point.
Okay, appreciate the response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Round 2, Councillor Kelly.
Mayor Catcher and fellow councillors, I'm not sure at all that we have an answer on this. And I think maybe the process, we need to go through maybe 1 or 2 votes and winnow out the ones that are least acceptable, and maybe by process of elimination come up with one that might work. So with that in mind, Mayor Catcher, I'm prepared to make a motion when appropriate.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, super. I move that the repainting of the water tower be done in the manner that exists now, full stop.
Are you suggesting option A?
I'm suggesting that it be repainted, that the mural be replicated as it exists.
So through your worship, I'd say you could start the debate on that and we'll write it up. It's pretty simple motion. I think he's saying leave it exactly like it exists today.
Okay, so exactly as it is.
So it's not a motion we provided, but certainly an option.
Okay,
Yep.
so you can go ahead and speak to that.
You bet, thank you. I consider it a piece of artwork. And I appreciate your comments about changing it out, Mayor Catcher. In our house, we don't do that. When we find stuff that we like, it tends to have a long lifespan. I quite like the existing mural. I spent at least 25 years on the local golf course, at least a couple times per week, aiming my drive on number 9 fairway at the Mounties left leg. And I would not like to lose that. That is a fixture for the local golf community that I can speak to clearly and fervently and passionately. The mural itself, I actually believe, offends nobody. The mural now has a 25-year history with Fort Saskatchewan. While 25 years isn't perhaps long in the grand scheme of things, if you don't leave it alone for 25 years, it'll never reach 50 years. And sometimes the sense of community is built around the cultural and other landmarks of the community, and constantly changing those landmarks does not, in my mind, necessarily lead to a strong sense of community. So I welcome other comments. I think it's time to get the thing on the table and see how it falls out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, I'll just have you take a quick peek at that. No. I'll open it up for discussion and debate.
That works. Thank you, Mayor Catcher.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. While I fully support keeping the mural as it is, I don't want to see it replaced with something else. I do appreciate the option A where we go and look at it for just minor tweaks, because life has changed in the years since this mural was created, and our community has become a lot more diverse. And maybe it isn't major changes. Maybe it's just a few minor changes to two of the people that makes a big impact on this community. And I think that that's due diligence when it comes to this mural. So although I completely support keeping it, I would like us to take the time to look at it and see what some user groups have to say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen on the motion.
Yeah, I think there's a few different ways to look at this motion or the entire topic, and one is preservation of history and the mural that exists, and I like that idea in a lot of ways. I like the idea of putting our branding on it and labeling it, and it would be actually a historical reference to the first painting of the water tower when it was installed, although that font might be a little bit out of date. But I guess a third option to me would be to do something that is completely new. This is, I think, an opportunity as well to have a little bit of fun in the community, and it would be neat what public engagement brought back, and perhaps some sort of a contest with artists, local artists would could be factored into a new fresh design for the tower. I am one to side with a traditional way of thinking that our current mural has a lot of merit to it, and as well there's a lot of branding and other murals that reflect the mural up there around the city of Fort Saskatchewan. So I would suggest that that we consider a few different options instead of really just voting on one motion here. I'm not going to support this motion as presented here right now, because I think we should talk about a few different options seriously and see and look forward to what the other members of council think about that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
Appreciate those comments, Councillor Nguyen. I guess I'm of the opinion that the current mural is fine. We have to make the repairs to the water tower, and sometimes it's important to just make a decision to move on. And ultimately, we're not going to do a disservice to the community at all. But if you want to go out to an engagement, then it's just a heck of a lot more work for our administration and for our staff. And we got a lot of things on the table. And repainting what exists there and has existed successfully and gotten really good comments over a period of 25 years is not a bad thing. So I'll support the motion going forward, because I think ultimately let's make a decision to move on. Because, you know, there's paralysis by analysis, and I think it's time to move on and make a decision. So I'll support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you. I already mentioned that I have a bias towards the current mural, but I also believe that option A will be a better position to take rather than just replace it as is. I'd like to see those groups mentioned on the RFD engaged with, and possibly also include the building bridges, so you're reaching a larger audience within the community. As a result, I wouldn't support this motion as is, just because I feel like it's important for us to do some sort of engagement with our community, and I think that's doing what's been stated in option A definitely helps us do that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, do you wish to close?
I won't take any more time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is closed. Please cast your vote. Motion is defeated 4-2. Councillor Nguyen, what do you wish?
Yeah, I did have it written down here, but I'll just ad-lib it. So I will propose the motion that administration recommend branding with the City of Fort Saskatchewan logo to replace a current mural. For the design on the tower. So perhaps there could, and the concept being there could be 2 or 3 different options brought back to council of design based on our communications department, and we could select one out of those options.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kaiser, you're able to draft up a motion?
Yes, just through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, just to be clear, you'd like that to return to council for further decision on the design selected?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. I think that's essential. If this motion passes, that we have a few different design options. I believe Jesse was working on some branding and logos and refurbishing kind of the look and the digital
So, Mr. Kaiser,
property of Fort Saskatchewan. Sorry,
Mr. Kaiser, I think his motion is that it be repainted with a city brand, and that those options be brought forward to council.
Thank you. Much better word.
Everybody's getting tired. You can speak to your motion.
Yeah, I as I mentioned before, I think using city branding and having our city name on it is inclusive to everyone who lives in Fort Saskatchewan. It's something new, and I think for all the passerbys that drive through Fort Saskatchewan, it's a nice reflection of our town and our identity. Road signs are, bring a certain amount of wayfinding and and a sense of belonging. I see Craig in the back. I'm trying to use some planning inspiration, but yeah. So I do believe that would be a nice, very simple reflection and a simple option to have on our tower, and it'd be nice as well to see it changed and refreshed.
Okay, thank you. They're working on the motion. I'm just going to keep forging ahead here. Councillor Harris on discussion and debate.
Well, I guess a question, Councillor Noy, and I'm not opposed to it, but what focal point do you have? Do you put just one mural up, one logo and one city of Fort Saskatchewan, or do you have to have it around 360 degrees? So again, that comes down to a design question, because do we want to get people driving on 94th Street, or do we want people to see it from the other side of the river? That becomes problematic in its own right. And that's the paralysis by analysis that I mentioned earlier. But I'm not opposed to what you're suggesting.
Okay, thank you. This one's open for discussion and debate. Anybody? Okay, not. I'm just kind of waiting and looking. Okay. Oh, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. So I feel like this is just going off on a limb. Because what is the basis of this decision? I think that's, again, it's either we keep what we have and engage with some groups, or we just go out to the public and hear what the city has to say. Honestly, for me, there is no other options but the two options before us the administration has prescribed. It's either option A or option B. Anything outside of that, for me, doesn't really make sense. And so I want to support this motion. And if this motion gets defeated, I'll definitely put forward option A. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else on discussion and debate. Councillor Noyan on close.
Yeah, I am. I'm not seeing the motion out there.
Right.
It's just up here now. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Harris, for weighing in. Certainly, some design concepts that could be brought to council with orientation. I think I thought highway orientation to Veterans Way makes sense. This is something that I haven't thought about extremely extensively as orientation. However, I do support my motion, and I'm happy to see what the rest of council would like to do, as I'm not entirely convicted that this is the one perfect decision for its design. But so I'll just read the motion as it's presented. That capital
Can
project.
you just wait just a second?
Yeah.
I've got Mr. Fleming.
Yeah, we're just pondering the time frame for a moment. But just say the end of April. That's about the only way we could still do this project this year, which I assume is your intent, correct?
It would be, yes.
Okay.
Janelle indicated that.
So a decision on design, we kind of have to have it by the end of April. Otherwise, we're...
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, now you can read it in.
Okay, so I'll move that capital project 25008 water tower refurbishment as set out in the 2025 capital budget be referred to administration to produce new designs that aligns with the city's visual identity, and that the report be brought back to council no later than April, I think just April 2025.
Yeah. Okay, great. It's been read in, it's been spoke to, it's had discussion and debate. On close.
I would just say that that there isn't the proposal of just the word City of Fort Saskatchewan within this, but I think the concept is grasped by administration. So as long as everyone is clear what they're voting on.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried 4-2. Okay, that should give you some direction. Great, thank you. Okay, moving right along. I feel like we've been here forever. City naming we've dealt with. We are moving on to 8.1 bylaw C325 to amend land use C2320 Windsor Point 9 redistricting, first reading.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Tiago de Souza Jensen. I'm here with Sri Shindi, and I'm a planner 1 with the city. I'm here to present a brief summary of Bylaw C3-25 to redistrict lands in Windsor Point. I'll start with an outline of the presentation. We'll begin with a brief overview of the location. Next, the proposed redistricting, including what type of development is expected with this amendment. Then we'll go over conformance with planning documents, and last we will talk about the public hearing and communications process. The subject redistricting site is in the northern portion of Windsor Point, east of the Dow Ball Fields. It's south of the Interpretive Forest and west of West Park Drive. The development will be accessed via the extension of Waverly Way and Wyatt Ridge in the preceding stages of Windsor Point. The development's also in proximity to the major trail network along the North Sask River, in and around West River's Edge, as well as the Dow Ball Fields. Lands to be rezoned are currently designated as UR Urban Reserve and PR Parks and Recreation. In November of 2024, Investec, on behalf of Landrex Inc., applied to redistrict the next phase of the Windsor Point neighborhood from UR Urban Reserve and PR Parks and Recreation to RC Comprehensively Planned Residential District. The purpose of the site is to provide a variety of housing options and encourage diversity of built form within a low-density residential setting. RC allows for single-detached, semi-detached, and multi-attached housing types. This application seeks to redistrict approximately 4.5 hectares of land to develop low-density housing. Investec has also submitted an outline plan amendment to allow for a lane through the center of the parcel. The outline plan amendment will be brought forward at second and third reading. Next, I want to speak about conformance to the city's planning documents. The Municipal Development Plan designates the West Park area as a developing neighborhood. The objective of developing neighborhoods is that they are walkable and incorporate a range of housing options for the city's diverse population. The West Park Area Structure Plan designates this area as low-density residential. The intent for this area is to provide a variety of low-density housing options for different age and income groups. Housing options could include single-detached, semi-detached, and multi-attached development. The Windsor Point Outline Plan also designates the subject site as low-density residential. The proposed district conforms with the Windsor Point Outline Plan, and the addition of a lane requires an amendment to the Outline Plan. The proposed redistricting application provides for logical residential build-out of the area with low-density housing diversity, good walkability, and finally it furthers the completion of West Park ASP. The proposed redistricting aligns with these 3 plans, and as a result, administration is in support of this redistricting application. Should Council give first reading to the bylaw, a public hearing will be advertised in the Fort Saskatchewan Record. Landowners within 100 meters of the proposed redistricting will be mailed a notice, and a copy of the proposed bylaw will also be available on the city's website. The target date for the public hearing is April 8th, 2025. Now, I'd be happy to answer any questions that Council might have for administration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to questions. Councillor Harris.
So have you had recent conversations with the developer relative to the concerns that I expressed to the planning department about the configuration of the area that's listed in pink? I think it's pink. You may think it's some other color, but I think it's pink. PR to RC. Because when I looked at that, I had concerns with the geometry of that particular portion of the rezoning, and I still think it's a problem. And so have you had a chance to talk to the developer about respecting the fact that the trail would be impacted and there'd be a really funny large lot rendering up into that area, which I don't think would be good planning. So are we prepared? I'm prepared to give this first reading to move it along, but I still think that there's some work that needs to be done on the mapping. So have you had that conversation with the developer?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, we have been having this conversation through the subdivision review process and the engineering drawing review process. The details will be figured out. It is likely that the trail will need to be moved a little bit to the north, but we don't have all the details, and but we are looking at it.
The reason I asked that question, I had a chance to see the developer who was sitting here at before 2 o'clock today, and I think that there is an opportunity for further design. They've already gone to a detailed design for the lot layout in that area. That's the only concern that I have. But to get this thing going, and the lateness of today, I'm prepared to move the first reading of this thing and ask that administration continue to have conversations to find something that will address my concerns and ensure that we end up with the best quality of development in that entire area.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to a motion in a
bet.
minute. Okay, and I had a similar question because when I look at the map, the Fort Saskatchewan, it looks like it goes into the Fort Saskatchewan Prairie, which is a protected area. So,
To your worship, that area was zoned as PR. However, it is part of the privately owned parcel, and it is for the urban development. So that PR area will need to be modified.
so you're saying it actually does go into the prairies?
Through your worship, to your worship, it is just the designation on the area structure plan and how it got zoned. However, it is a private property, so that area shouldn't be in the prairies.
Okay.
Or I should say, it shouldn't be in that PR designation.
Oh, okay. 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 I'm not seeing any other questions, so if you want to go ahead. Oh. Yeah, questions?
Yeah, I'm just curious. So the back a lot from the Cottonwood Crescent cul-de-sac on the east side of this proposed RC. There's a significant elevation drop there. I can imagine what's going to happen in a public hearing as these homeowners are going to say, because right now they have a view of the uninhibited view of the Fort Sask Prairie. I can imagine they're going to have concerns about what is going to be done to mitigate or to make a neighborly development adjacent to their property. So can you just make a couple comments on that?
Through your worship, to Councillor Nguyen, yes, the topography in the area is challenging. However, it is figured out through the engineering process, and the final gradings and stuff is figured out through the outline plan, and that's what it will follow. I'm not 100% sure what it will do to the view of prairies. Maybe that's something I can bring. I'll bring that information back to you.
Yeah, I think, and maybe that's just more of a recommendation if through the public hearing we get that sort of feedback. But okay, yeah, thank you, and we can deal with that subject on a future date.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Harris.
So part of the problem is Qualico was the original developer of Cherry Point and Cottonwood, whatever. And they built the trail from West Park Drive to, I guess, the really large lot that's in Cherry Point, correct? Right. And then the city built the balance of the trail that goes over to the trail that runs north and south to connect into the Ball Diamonds. And so part of the problem is we built the trail on privately owned land, some of which obviously was I guess, Parks Reserve concept, but now we're at the development stage. We actually have to do something about it.
Through your worship, to Councillor Harris, that's correct.
Right, and so we acknowledge that, and I think the developer understands that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they're prepared to work with administration to find a solution to the problem?
That is correct.
Good, and that'll happen by second and third reading? Well, before we bring it back for second and third, or at some point in the future.
It will happen in some point in future. Again, the engineers have to look at the design and the location of the trail where it goes. So I don't know when those detailed drawings will be ready.
Okay, but you know what the problem is and it'll get resolved. Good, thank you.
Did you want to put the motion on, or did you?
Yeah, no. I think we should move this thing along. I'm prepared to move the motion that's in the bylaw or in the council agenda. Council give first reading bylaw C-325 to amend land use bylaw C-2320 with the verbatim below it. And further, the public hearing be scheduled for April the 8th, 2025.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything further to speak in favor of it?
No, I initially, and I guess that's because I was involved in planning back when this whole thing first came up, and so I saw it and it was a red flag to me. And ultimately, I think some changes need to happen. But I'm glad to see this area is moving to the next stage of development. There's a huge amount of fill going into that area, and it'll be good to see that. I guess in answer to Councillor Nguyen's question, there will be houses backing out onto that trail that comes down from West Park Drive, and so people in Cottonwood and Cherry. Their view will be blocked, but they're also quite a bit higher. So I still think they can see trees, so that should be okay. So I think we just need to move it along. That's why I'm moving the motion.
Okay, thank you. Anything on discussion and debate? Okay, not seeing anything. I'm going to close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you. Okay, are there any notice of motions? Okay, not seeing any. Are there any points of interest? And I'm just going to give accolades to Quinn Gillard for the ECC exercise that they did on Friday. I think it was very well handled. And with the number of people that we had there from the province and from around across the province, he got a lot of accolades, and I want to make sure that that is passed on to him. He did an excellent job, and they look forward to coming back to Fort Saskatchewan next year to do it again. So, good job. Any other points of interest? Not seeing any.
Mayor Catcher, if I may.
Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to inform council that I had a previous commitment scheduled for 5:30, 6:30 your time. I didn't realize this meeting would last so long, so I will not be available for the in-camera session.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are there any inquiries of council to administration? Not seeing any. I'll take a motion to go in camera. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I'll move that council enter in camera, discuss matters under FOID.
Thank you. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. We will go to in camera. So you're leaving, Councillor, oh God, Councillor Kelly, you're leaving?
Yes, thank you. Apologies. Enjoy the rest of the meeting.